Okay, so for those who just attended the second day, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Jin. I'm a research assistant professor at the Department of Sociology and Social Policy. And once again, I want to greet you with magandang umaga and selamat pagi. That's Filipino and Indonesian for good morning. So let's kick off with our first presenter, who is, I believe, very familiar uh, in Lingnan, as well as the Lingnan scholars. Um, he has practiced as an academic in Hong Kong over the last 50 years and written widely on cultural differences in cognition, emotions, and behavior. In his recent research, he has been cooperating with colleagues in many societies to do cross-level, multicultural research on trust, gender bias, and satisfaction with life. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce Professor Michael Harris Bond. Good morning, sir.
These chairs allows me to pretend I'm Dean Martin or Frank Sinatra. Colleagues, nice to see you this morning. Thank you. I was glad to get a chance to get to know some of you more closely yesterday. Some of you, of course, I know in print indirectly, of course, because I read much of the work of those keynote speakers here and indeed some of the rest. This is the title of my talk. You've seen it. I want to alert you that I actually had initially an alternative topic, at least title, which I thought would be appropriate here, given that there's a focus on culturology at the conference. I want to alert you culturologists out there, if you think you're a culturologist, that we cross-cultural psychologists need you. And you'll notice immediately I'm using some color coding here to help us distinguish culture issues from psychological issues. So I'll be using the color purple and capital letters wherever I'm talking about culture. And then I'll be using lowercase letters in yellow or orange to help us avoid the ecological and reverse ecological fallacies that I first learned about in 1980, before most of you were born. Going to talk about my intellectual journey so far. I'm sorry for the hubris and the narcissism, but I'm hoping that my journey will connect to your journey, whatever the stage is of your journey, and will give you some courage to approach your work in this daunting 21st century. I had it easy. I had it easy getting to this point. You do not. Partly because of the mess we've created for you, the challenges we've created for you, the way we have had the easy job of ice breaking, and now we have to figure out how to navigate through the ice. I use a lot of pictorial metaphors, and take them as you will. It helps in my lecturing with my students across language barriers, and I've spent a lot of time being concerned about how to communicate in English more effectively with people who are working in their second and third languages. Okay, this is an ambitious agenda, and I don't know if I'll be able to cover it. We're dealing with 50 years of academic work, 50 plus, in East Asia, starting in Japan and having been in Hong Kong since 1974. Any of you born before 1974 who are willing to admit it? Okay, all right, here we are. Okay, as I've learned to try and do, I want to apologize in advance. My voice is beginning to give me reverberations that I didn't notice before. I give 3-hour lectures, and that's a challenge, I can tell you. also, I realize it's so easy to cause offense unknowingly in cross-cultural exchanges, and almost all my work, and indeed, I think almost all your work will be cross-cultural, intercultural. So I prepare myself in advance by apologizing. And if indeed I have offended you, I want to hear about it, because that's the only way I'm going to learn. There's a false feedback system in social life. Unfortunately, the higher the status you acquire, the less likely people are to tell you that you're doing a bad job. All right, so all of my talks these days are given with a thank you, because I realize that I'm not here without you guys. I am me because we are we. I have learned so much in the course of being challenged by reviewers, by conversations I have with colleagues at conferences, by journal editors, and particularly journal editors. I want to give a special thanks to journal editors. This must be one of the most thankless jobs on the planet. I can't imagine why people would undertake the task these days with the increasing submission rates. So, Otsukare-san, thank you. I'd say Otsukare-san for Shinobu, who of course has done 2 editorial jobs. PSPB, when I first met him in 2008, he was working in the morning before breakfast, editing material in the conference. Sorry? Was it rejecting my paper? Thank you. There's nothing better than a good rejection. And if you receive a good rejection, learn how to know you're getting a good rejection and to work with it. Okay? This is a blessing from somebody who you may never even know. So, given that some of you out there have indeed reviewed my papers, I thank you. All right. 4 overlapping stages in my journey. Let me take you through them. I'm going to go pretty quickly, and you can always consult the PowerPoint later. It's posted, nothing private about it, and I'm happy to continue conversations over email. I spend most of my intellectual conversations over email, by the way. I'm a little more fluent in email than I am in person. So I'm very happy to continue in that way. Most of my work is done that way now. Stage 1, cultural innocence. Stage 1. What's that? I imported concepts and procedures from the training of my intellectual birth as a social psychologist. That was in the University of Toronto, and then later on at Stanford. I had what I had, and I took it overseas. So, research in Japan, what was I doing? When I was in Japan, I was able to create research scenarios where I was looking at nonverbal behaviors. That was particularly useful because I was totally incompetent in the Japanese language. And so I could work nonverbally by grading and evaluating videotape records that we took at the time of interviews, using different kinds of scenarios for the interviews: spatial invasion, intense gazing at the interviewees, gender variation of the interviewer, looking at the social context within which the interview was conducted and how that had an impact on the nonverbal behavior of interviewees. Another example, I borrowed the Norman descriptors, the 20 original descriptors, and gave it to Japanese students and see how it looked. How did they replicate the 5-factor structure and so forth. So I was using what I had to explore what was in front of me and the materials available. The metaphor here is Commodore Matthew Perry returns, armed with the tools of a social personality psychologist. Commodore Perry was, of course, opening up Japan in Nagasaki in the 19th century. Okay, age of discovery. the agenda here for me at this stage was to survive tenure at the Chinese university, which had a promotion of biculturalism explicitly in its agenda, trilingualism and biculturalism. I was at CUHK 74. Here's the Chinese university entrance. And how did I survive? Well, I made a lucky guess, I think. Build the Chinese perspective deep and deeper into mainstream psychology. It was, of course, a terra incognita at that stage. And I learned and sought out smart people, smart Chinese psychologists who could work with me in my limited language skills. And of course, the one who made the big running for me was this man, Yang Koshu. Some of you do not know him, but this is very much a representation of his expressiveness, his enthusiasm, his willingness to converse, and his willingness to tell me, Mike, that's an interesting experiment on the concept of face, but you haven't quite got it right. And he told me that. So this sets in motion a process that a kind of disconfirmation bias. I wasn't getting confirmed, and I had met somebody on the other side of the cultural divide who was willing to tell me his impression of how I'd got it wrong. Marco Polo, conversing with Kublai Khan in Hong Kong. You know Italo Colavinos on Invisible Cities, right? There's some of the pictures from Invisible Cities. Okay, stage of discovery. Stage 2, do and publish comparative research with colleagues. Get doing it and seeing what happens. Look at your data, collect it and look at it carefully. Plan carefully in advance as well as you can. How do you plan carefully in advance? How about talking to people from the other cultural system within which you're working? Observe. Now you need a good colleague, and here's my colleague. This is a picture from 1979, and this is the late, wonderful Guoklun in my office at the Chinese U. Here we are in the summer, and there's an undergraduate who walks in my office and says, I'd like to do some research with you based on the group project that you assigned to our social psychology class. Don't you want to have a job in the summer? No, I'm really interested in doing this particular research. So here we are. I'm beginning a relationship that lasted for 36 years and resulted in 28 different publications, which you can find on my CV. We can't find Guok's CV. It's amazing. Maybe he couldn't keep up with his own output towards the end. All kinds of surprises. This is interesting. We administered the Who Are You test to Japanese, Chinese, and Americans. And what did we find that surprised us? Well, the Hong Kong students looked more like the Americans and less like the Japanese than we had anticipated. The Japanese were the outliers. Now we use Japanese language, of course, English for our Hong Kong students and English for the Americans. But the point is, we got a surprise. We were thinking the Japanese and the Hong Kong Chinese should align themselves. So how do you explain those incongruities? If the data has spoken to you and told you that story, how are you going to make sense of that story? This is a provocation that we need to set in motion for ourselves, I think. So I also was involved in survival by integrating the work of others in doing English language publications. And here's the Psychology of the Chinese People, which met a demand, an unspoken demand, and went into 14 printings. Unbelievable. Oxford couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it either. It was wonderful. Of course, the title helped, and the title did not deliver on what's in the covers. The covers was a very intense research exercise through different domains of psychology. So here we have the dragon meeting the phoenix, okay, as a metaphorical suggestion about how I generated ideas in concert with Chinese colleagues. Always had a Chinese co-author. in my publications wanted to insist on that, regardless of who was first author, second author, didn't matter. And I would give first authorship to my students if they did the first draft of a manuscript. That was a promise, the upfront promise. But we were going to work together. We were going to do research. Okay, age of understanding. Okay, here we go, the age of understanding. We're psychologists, so let's unpack cultural differences, which we were finding psychologically. What's the psychological factor that helps us to explain this cultural difference? So my initial collaborator here was Virginia Guan, and we did a study, as you may know, on self-esteem and relationship harmony as predictors of satisfaction with life satisfaction. We had Chinese, Hong Kong Chinese, and we had American students. We found a cultural salience effect. I use the color purple here. What's the cultural salience effect? Self-esteem was relatively more powerful in predicting life satisfaction than was relationship harmony for the Americans, and vice versa for the Hong Kong Chinese. Relationship harmony was relatively more important than self-esteem. Both factors were important, but there was a balance between those two factors in predicting life satisfaction. So some component of the cultural system was more salient for the Hong Kong Chinese, and another component of driving life satisfaction was relatively more salient for the where am I now? Americans, right? Okay, age of understanding then. Let's hope we can blend the circles at the yin and yang. Why do individual, there we go, individual responses show cultural salience effects? In color yellow, right? And I'm focusing now on individual responses, not the cultural average difference, but individual responses within that profile. So I use this as a kind of visual metaphor that to suggest that some factors are relatively more powerful or more salient in driving certain outcomes of interest in some cultural systems and differently in other cultural systems. Now, to get an answer in the old days, what we did was we consulted experts. I would consult Clifford Geertz. I would consult the Marcus and Kitayama manuscript. I would go wherever I could to get some ideas about what it might be. And typically we would pull out an explanation related to individualism, collectivism. It became the frame of the moment because of Geert Hofstede's contribution that set us in motion. But of course, how do you prove that claim empirically with an N of 2? You can't. And so what I started to do then was to try and find large enough samples, ideally more than 10, but many more if you could, measured in terms of a plausible cultural concept. It could be wealth, it could be socialization priorities for children, it could be many things that could be differentially impacting the psychological outcomes of interest, whatever they were. Social political action, we looked at recently. Life satisfaction, of course, is the master variable, outcome variable that we have access to, and so forth. So I think we now move into the age of enlightenment. I say perhaps because I'm never so sure. It's an ongoing process, and I keep finding out new things and encountering my own incapacities, particularly statistical incapacities, to deal with the possible futures that we are able to access with these big data sets. Unpackaging cultural differences in psychological processes. How? By using cultural concepts, multi-level research designs. I'm now mapping what I'm trying to think using Barry's extraordinary model, which took me just ages to begin understanding. I'm really trying to pull it apart here. And you'll notice what he does. He has, let me go up. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Biological adaptation, it could be genetic variations that we may find across cultural groups. Ecological context, we talked about variations in the weather yesterday. And of course, you know about Van der Vliert's work on the departure from 22 degrees latitude and the impact that such ecological features may have. And then we move over here to psychological variables of inferred characteristics, the kinds of things we study, attitudes, values, beliefs, and observable behaviors. Now, we're not awfully good at getting at the observable behaviors, and this is very daunting and depressing for, no, it's challenging for social psychologists, because surely one of the features of social psychology is to understand that what we give and how we respond to one another is based upon the behaviors that we give to one another and how we go about the process of interpreting those behaviors. And yet, how many studies do you know, multicultural studies of behavior? I'm willing to take behavioral measures, and we get a couple of them in the World Values Survey recently with willingness, your engagement in social political action. But that's the only one I've found. We had Levine's study on pace of life. What a rare study way back when, you know, looking at 33 cultures and actually measuring pace of life in 3 different aspects of that cultural system. Okay, so I'm using that. The background variables here, I described them, and there are different features to the background variables, but notice I'm using the color purple. This is the context, the societal or national or cultural, familial, organizational, whatever is the context within which we're looking at how people behave individually at the individual level. Color purple versus color yellow. Okay. And this is where you guys come in. Thank you. Thank you, culturologists. Okay, welcome to the show. My show, anyway. You've already had your show. The contribution is to help us decompose culture for psychological purposes. And the question I'm asking, question 1, what is the theory by which the psychological constructs X lead to what psychological outcomes Y? How does it happen? William Blake has got some ideas. Question 2, how does this component of a culture, background variable, process variable, at the cultural level, purple color, operate to enhance the greater salience of X or X2 in predicting Y or Y2, our outcomes of interest? How do we get the salience effect? What does culture do to contribute to the salience effect? So we have these 2 levels interacting, as the Blake painting suggests. Case of male favoring bias. Let me be specific here. Male favoring gender bias. There's, in wave 7, 3 items to combine to measure the privilege accorded by respondents to males for education and leadership roles relative to females. It's an explicit set of 3 questions, the World Values Survey. We call this male favoring gender bias, because we're now going to look at the gender difference. How do males and females respond to these 3 items across 60 cultures, 60 national cultures? Males endorse male favoring gender bias more than females in all 55 polities. This is what we would call 5 minutes, okay? Can we do it? Fasten your seatbelt. Across cultural universal. But the size of the average gender difference in any national culture differs across polities. Look at this. Here's the size of whether males or females in that cultural system, that national cultural system, endorse male favoring gender bias. Highest on the left, lowest on the right. Thailand, who would have predicted? Well, lots of things start to happen, folks, when we go multicultural and not just running bicultural contrasts where you can spin any kind of persuasive explanation around it. And some of us with a barefoot love of birds, of words, are able to spin stories, you know? And I'm very suspicious of stories that get spun if they can't be verified empirically. So this gives us a chance to, now you may not like the story. Okay, so challenge the story, challenge the data collection, challenge the measurement variance and invariance and so forth. Very high measurement variance, by the way, across these 55 nations. Okay, so we're unpackaging this. Let me show you how we try to unpackage it. This is the model we use. We're trying to unpackage it by using agentic values and communal values that lead male gender bias, male favoring gender bias. And here we have measures of agentic values, communal values down here, as factors which may vary by gender in terms of how they enable us to predict male favoring gender bias. But we also have culturologists making a contribution by providing us with measures of gender equality. There's so many indices out there of gender equality, hard measures. These are not soft measures. These are hard measures taken by World Bank and other institutions. Religiosity, you can get the average level of religious endorsement of religious commitment in different cultural systems. And these become moderator variables of the processes we're looking at that lead gender to show greater male favoring gender bias. Okay, so this is a fuller model now, which uses both levels of variation, which puts a process in motion, linking the a person's acquired agentic or communal values using the Schwartz system, and the outcome being whether you endorse male favoring gender bias as a man or a woman. Okay, nowadays, individuals may be characterized, as you know, in multiple ways. I think we should be doing that by complexifying the person beyond simple X leads to Y. X predicts Y as an outcome through network analysis. You know, we're kind of decomposing the person here with many possible interstices that you can explore in combination one with another. Because the notion is going to be that different predictors are differentially weighted in terms of predicting outcomes. And we have to be open to that possibility, particularly across cultures. And so we've been using, for example, Vignol's 8 dimensions of independence, interdependence. Are these in fact separate? Do they make separate predictions beyond the initial independence, interdependence logic? What else? Cultural groups may be characterized also in multiple ways, as the Berry model suggests here. Then we can now start thinking about national culture as a combination of many different variables that may contribute jointly to the moderating impact on individual level processes. So in a recent study with Sanchez Rodriguez, we look at both national culture and decompose it in terms of GNP, Gini, and religious heritage to see how that impacts on the linkages between Vignol's 8 Jen, you've been so patient and so courteous. It's wonderful.
As a minor in psychology in my bachelor years, I can listen to you all day, and I bet everyone would like to listen all day. But as the time police, I can accommodate 1 to 2 questions, please. Yeah. So I have to smile very nicely because this job, this role is not for the faint of heart. Anyone? Yes.
And on the representation of people who live or who has the background of multiple cultures and who speak, I think you mentioned earlier trilingual language systems. So how in your past research have you tried to include people with that kind of diverse backgrounds instead of focusing on people with only one background, because that would be easier for you to do cross-cultural or comparative cultural studies.
And we should be recognizing the complexity of people's cultural socialization in the 21st century for sure, but even before that. So the answer to your question is, we tried to look at this initially in the 1980s quite extensively, and more recently with Sylvia Chen's PhD thesis by looking at variation in language and interviewing people in their first and second language, and then varying the context by having them being interviewed by somebody from their own cultural group or somebody from the cultural group of the other language in a 2x2 design. So we're playing with ethnic identity by getting into the issue of language and seeing how people's performance, interview performance with one another varies non-verbally and also verbally in terms of how they feel about themselves and how they perceive the other person as a consequence of the language they're using. So it's a kind of acknowledgement that we are multicultural, you might say. Some of us, of course, much more than others. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, last question. Any-
Yeah, let's
Yes,
say,
I can see
yeah,
that.
yeah. Hi. I like your word maybe. I like your word maybe. You know, Worf was a marketing agent who had a brilliant idea. Prove it. Show me. Show me the money. Start varying the language that people are using and see how they behave, how they think about themselves in those contexts, how they think about other people when they're using that language. Give them tasks in both languages and compare bilinguals with monolinguals in of both language systems. See what goes on. Have a look. It's a wonderfully available variation in the 21st century with more and more bilingual people. And let's have a look at it. It's so readily available as a variable that you can play with. We played with that in the early 80s, of course, with the language variation of the instructions that we gave to subjects. We found that when you spoke to subjects in the Mandarin language, as opposed to the Cantonese language, as opposed to English, you shifted the attitudes that they reported. Now, why was that happening? Did you actually shift anything in their mind, or were they making a self-presentation to the interviewer whose language they what was being used in assumptions that they would be more or less accepting if you reported those kinds of attitudes? It's doable, guys. It's back there in the 1980s, at least in terms of my profile. I'm sure much more has been happening since that time. So as I always say, maybe. And show me the money, honey, is what I say. You know, that's our job, is it not? We can talk forever, and we've been exposed to people who can talk forever like me. And I want you to take a skeptical attitude towards what you hear and to develop the tools necessary to be confident in the kinds of statements you're going to make.
Thank you very much, Professor Boyd.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to our second session of Culture and Psychology. My name is Lulu Li. I am a research assistant professor from the Department of Sociology and Social Policy at Lingnan University. It's my great honor to moderate this session for the two outstanding speakers. So our format for the session will be, we have two speakers, so we'll invite each speaker to give their sharing individually, and then we will have the Q&A after each presentation. So our first speaker is Professor Hong Ying-yi from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Please allow me to give you a very basic introduction of Professor Hong. Professor Hong is the Choming Lee Professor at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So her research focuses on the culture and cognition, multicultural identity, and intergroup relations. She works on projects using experimental social psychology methods to examine identity and intergroup relations during major events. So today, her sharing will be, you can see the title here, from description to explanation, a dynamic approach to understanding culture. Professor Hong, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me. In the past 2 days, I think it's a treat to us. We have been engaging in very useful, rich discussion of what I would call a very classic approach to understand culture, which is identifying important cultural dimensions. So I list some here, and I think these are very familiar to many audience here. And also we have, of course, Ashinobu Kitayama here. And but I want to change gear a little bit. And what I want to look at is a relatively more dynamic impact of culture on human psychology. And I think it's extremely timely because of globalization or the recent pushback on anti-globalization. But in any case, globalization brings exposure to multiple cultures and their symbols like images, languages in the same space, and facilitating learning and acquisition of language, beliefs, values, and multiple cultures. And we have a lot of discussion, like in yesterday, we talked about, might be this word, affect cultural change. And one of the things is, would there be any culture or cultural diversity anymore? So the notion of cultural homogenization, something like that. But of course, we know that doesn't seem to happen. And in my own research, I want to look at how culture, how this type of, for example, globalization might impact human psychology. And very importantly, by the end of my talk, I want to shed light on comparative culturology. Something that we want to bring in focus. Now, I just want to give two primer. One is the benefits of multicultural exposure. I don't know whether you are familiar with a director from Taiwan, Ni. And Ni, you might have heard about some of his movie, for example, The Wedding Banquet, The Pushing Hands, which have really, detail or the subtlety of family relations in Chinese culture. But amazingly, he also directed The Sense and Sensibility, Brokeback Mountain, which amazingly, detailed relationship among people in American culture. So a person who grew up in Taiwanese culture, received education in the United States. He went to UIUC, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and later to NYU, New York University. So he can take advantage of the two worlds, so to speak, and become really creative in his creation, in his movie. But at the same time, you see quite negative cases. For example, Shaul Mashik, a British-born Pakistani who kidnapped and murdered a reporter, Daniel Pearl, in 2002. And you may think that maybe these are individual cases. Actually, I think they are very interesting because multicultural exposure, for example, this gentleman here, Mr. Shek, he was born in the UK and educated, attending very, very good school in the UK. And how come this person, exposed to both his Palestinian Pakistan culture and also the UK culture became so radical. And so with that, I want to introduce a approach that my colleagues and I proposed 25 years ago. And what we want to propose, what we did there is to look at the dynamic inference. So it's called dynamic constructivist model. And the definition, because we need to define culture. So the definition actually is commonplace in this conference because many people talk about it. So it's knowledge, traditions, network of shared meaning, like beliefs and values that are produced, distributed, and reproduced among a collective of interconnected individuals. And then these cultural knowledge are traditions as shared lay beliefs about the world. And people use it as tools to understand the social world. And now, importantly, in this approach, we focus on how people respond to extensive exposure to multiple cultures. So early on, Kathleen asked a question about multiple cultural exposure, and I hope I can provide some answers to that. So the idea is that when people are exposed to multiple cultures, they can acquire, they can learn about these multiple cultures. So here I illustrate, on the one hand, when the individual itself exposed to multiple culture, you can acquire multiple cultural knowledge system. And through acquiring this system, there are some benefits that you can observe and empirically test, like what? Switching between cultural frames. And also, by exposing to multiple cultures, it challenges people's native cultural views. So you won't take your native culture for granted. So in that way, actually, people can become more cognitively flexible, and then they might drop some of the heuristics like stereotypes or prejudice about other groups. So as a result, there could be reduction in intergroup biases, and also learning a new culture is like opening a new windows. So people can generate more productive ideas. So that would also enhance creativity. So I put the home message here because I think this is the core, really. Yeah, so I want to say it upfront. And however, that's not the end of the story because people can respond to it. When people face another culture, there are a lot of uncertainty. And sometimes when they face a culture, the culture could be hostile, or the culture can be showing discrimination against your culture. So I think the multicultural self could lead to some reactivity towards the foreign cultural influence. And what will be the results of that? So there could be perceived cultural contamination, cultural security versus insecurity might matters. So with this new model or the framework in mind, there are many things that we can do. So I'll give examples, 3 things that I want to talk about today. Cultural priming, cultural mixing, and cultural attachment. So cultural priming, this was the earlier work. So like what I said, if you are exposed to multiple culture, you can acquire multiple cultural knowledge. So this is a metaphorical representation here. So for example, Chinese American bicultural individuals, when after they exposed to multiple culture, they might have 2 representation in their mind, Chinese and American. And then by using situational cues, for example, images that represent Chinese culture, the Great Wall here, it will activate the Chinese cultural knowledge. So the Chinese cultural knowledge will be at the top of their mind and get applied to the subsequent task. Similarly, statues of liberty, because this is a bicultural individuals, when the individuals see statues of liberty, their American cultural knowledge will be activated. Now, in a typical cultural priming study, I recruit a group of biculturals. For example, here is Chinese Americans. they were randomly assigned to one of the conditions. So it's between subjects, randomly assigned. So they were people who are assigned to Chinese cultural primes, they will be shown a group of photo, Chinese culture, symbolize Chinese culture, and think about it, write about it. Or the American cultural primes, they will be shown likewise. And then all the control, we have a neutral control, which were clouds. And in general, the paradigms run like if you are shown with the cultural primes, the accessibility of that culture knowledge will be activated, and then it will be applied subsequently. So your behavior will become more like that group of people. So it's like if you are prime with Chinese cultural prime, you will behave in a more typical Chinese way. And then likewise for American, okay? So that's the idea. And let me give you a concrete example. So this have been done, used in multiple studies in the past 20 years already. And one of the study I like a lot is a study that my MPhil students and I did in Hong Kong. So our students were Hong Kong Chinese students. And the argument is that because they were well trained or well exposed to Western culture, and at the same time, they grew up in Chinese families. So they're biculturals. And in this study, we asked them to engage in prisoner's dilemma game. And it's a typical prisoner's dilemma game in which, so this is the payoff matrix. If they cooperate, each will get 3 points. If they defect, the other cooperate, they will get 4 points, but the partner will have 0. And this is a flip of it, or if both are defect, then they get little points. Now, the idea is that if you think your partner will cooperate, it's likely that you might maximize the joint outcome. So that will be one of possibility. And we argue that actually in a, for example, in a Chinese, typically interdependent culture, and just now, Oliver also alluded to that, people might, in Chinese context, might maximize joint outcome, but only with their friends in group, okay? When they are playing the game with our group, they really differentiate our group, strangers, why do I care? So this would not apply for our group. Now, here, the opposite. If you think your partner would cooperate, but you defect, then it maximize your own outcome. So this is kind of selfish risk option. Now, the hypothesis is that participants would expect more cooperation from in-group partner in the Chinese priming condition than American priming condition, and participants would cooperate more with in-group partner in the Chinese priming than American priming condition. So it's actually, it should be mediated by expectations of cooperation with in-group members. And again, Hong Kong Chinese students randomly assigned to the 3 priming conditions. And these were the results. So the vertical axis is likelihood of choosing the cooperative strategies. And you can see in the in-group condition, it's quite systematic. So Chinese group, people in the Chinese priming, indeed cooperate more, much more than neutral and the American. And for our group, you didn't see that. And for the American conditions, you didn't see this systematic effect, okay? Now, if you look at expectations of cooperation, it followed the same logic as well. So that was one of the small study. We thought that that's quite interesting. And but using this paradigm, actually, it has been done with different outcome variables. You can do internal, external attributions. You can do cooperation, like what I said, and then or relational versus egocentric emotional projection. And it's published and replicated by other groups as well. But I think this is interesting in the sense that it opened up a new way. So now when you do, or when you try to understand cultural inference, it's not correlational anymore because we use experimental method so that can afford better causal inference. Okay. Now, like what I said, similarly, there was a study that show if you put multiple people go through multiple cultural exposure, there are benefits. For example, increasing creativity. Angela Leung and her colleagues have demonstrated that, or reduce intergroup biases. We have a series of papers in JPSP that show the effect. So, but in the interest of time, I won't go through that today. But you can ask me, write to me, and I'll send you paper. Now, so we only talked about half of this cycle. The other half, what's that? Yeah, because I think this is very timely, especially now we are in a relatively, a lot of conflict, contestation, and what will happen when people are exposed to multiple culture. So it leads to culture mixing. So what is cultural mixing? So when you talk about culture, when you expose culture, previously when we expose culture, usually is side by side or sequentially to culture. But gradually thought that what if we fuse culture together? Yeah. And some examples are like this. So you can have a dragon parade, a Freedom Day parade, but if you fuse the two, put the dragon on top of the parade. This is like we do it on our own, digital dark room. You can do that. And what would people feel? Now that was the cultural mixing question. You think about it, physical contamination. You have a clean object, your beloved pizza, and yourself. What if you are shown this contaminant and you put the contaminant on yourself, or beloved pizza? How will you feel? What's your immediate response? And I saw it in you, on your face just now, disgust. Yeah. And it's a natural response towards contaminant, especially physical contaminant. So we push this idea one step further. How about cultural contaminant, cultural contamination? So here, an American boy with American flag, Chinese boy with Chinese flag, American boy with Chinese flag. How would people feel about this picture? Okay, so other examples, macaroni cheese, 小笼包. Yeah, what if we put one on top of the other? Do you feel disgust? Yeah, so I guess there are individual differences, right? So that's exactly what we try to do. We have a series of study on this. We have putting Chairman Mao's head on the Lincoln Memorial, Gunyi's head on the Statues of Liberty. So we have fun, doing a lot of these visual stimuli. And then you can see more, we have a lot. And in this study, we have ran a series of studies. So typically for each participants, they were shown 4 types of stimuli. One is pure American image, pure Chinese image, or the 2 images side by side or mixed. So across trial. And we look at how disgust they feel about it. So here, this study is with white Americans. So you see American, Chinese side by side and mixed. And always the mixed, these are cultural image, are significantly more disgust than the rest. Okay. And then here is a comparison of physical contaminants. And you see the mix is a very similar pattern. So as contaminant, cultural or physical get closer to the target, American or pure object, disgust increases. Highest report disgust for mixed stimuli. And we have done it across many studies. And then we find a similar findings. And we are interested in whether there are individual kind of tendency that correlate with it. And interestingly, we find need for cognitive culture is related. Need for cognitive culture is desire for a firm answer, aversion to ambiguity. So here, how to see this? If the single presentation of American, single presentation of Chinese, side by side, you see all flat. Only significant slope is the mixed, okay? So that show people who are higher in need for cognitive culture actually show more disgust towards the fused pictures. Now, someone may say, okay, maybe it's because you efface the original symbol. So we did another study that show US mixed. So you can mix it with the US, the eagle, put it here instead of Confucian's hat, where people feel equally disgust. Yeah. And so you see example, like cowboy hat on top of Lincoln's memorial. So both are American symbols. Yeah, but they are mixed with an original symbol. And what will happen? The US makes people feel disgust, but not as disgust as US Chinese mixed. And also, need for quotient didn't predict the intensity of disgust. So there's something there. Now, we extend to different type, or we play around with it, because that's for American participants. How about we mix different things for different groups? Like in Singapore, we have done that too. Yeah, mixing Singaporean and Chinese cultural symbols versus mixing Singaporean and American cultural symbols. So something like this. This is the National Day. So Singapore, US fused, yeah, all side by side. Singapore, China fused, all side by side. Okay, yeah. So what happened? Actually, again, we find a fusion. Fusion elicits the most disgust or negative ratings. Here, we also look at discomfort. And you can see the American fused Singapore with American always is the fused, the highest, and significantly higher. Chinese seems so. But in Singapore, interestingly, the higher Singaporean identification only predict negative feelings towards fusion. Yeah, regardless of Chinese or American fusion. And you will say, oh, how about Hong Kong? Yeah, we did that too. So in Hong Kong, we have, this is one of the image we gave them, Hong Kong US fused, Hong Kong China fused. Okay, similar idea, but the participants were Hong Kong born Chinese participants. Now, you see similar pattern like the Singapore. Again, this group, I mean, these two bars are significantly different from the comparative group. But the difference is that higher Hong Kong ID, higher negative feelings towards all the Chinese field symbols. Now, we can discuss a lot about why that is the case because of the political context, whatnot, but we don't have time. Yeah, we can talk more over coffee break or lunch, but I think it's very interesting. Now, I want to go to cultural attachment. Yeah, 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes, let me go through this. So the idea is simple. So we extend culture or merge culture with John Bowlby's childhood attachment. We think that culture could be, because oftentimes, we say our mother culture or my motherland. So this might be a attachment figure there. So we think that culture can be a attachment figure so that it can provide a safe haven for the individual when the individual is under stress or threat. Okay, so this addresses the function of culture, why people, care so much about fusion of or contamination of your own culture. So this is from Bowlby. Yeah, so Bowlby also said that it's possible. Now, 2 studies, very, the first study is very simple. It's a group of American exchange students. They come to Hong Kong study in one of our universities, and we randomly assign them to 2 conditions. The first condition, they were given American Western dessert to eat. Yeah. So by consuming your dessert, it's prime with your dessert, you should feel secure. Okay, if your own culture provides you with security. Get that? And so half of students, American students, were assigned to that. The other half students, unfortunately, they were assigned to eat Hong Kong dessert, Hong Kong Chinese dessert. Yeah, we enjoy it a lot. Shinobu enjoyed it the other night too. Yeah, but they really differ from Western dessert on 3 dimensions. And I'll tell you about that later. Yeah, we don't have time, but we discussed the dimensions of dessert. Yeah, and but the other half ate that. And so very simple. This is the first study. The American dessert eating group felt more comfortable in Hong Kong interacting with the local people than did the group that ate Chinese dessert. Now, this is a little bit more complicated if I time's up. So the idea, this is for Oliver, I have to say that because it's conducted in Singapore. So again, the idea is that the cultural icon could provide safe haven. So in this study, we use skin conductance. So because we don't have time, yeah, but the idea is that people were randomly assigned or primed with a threat or non-threat. And afterwards, they were given a cultural icon or a control. That's it. So you would think that people who are threatened, but given a cultural icon, like the male lion, yeah, one of the cultural icon, you will feel calmed. Yeah, you will not be as stressed. So that's indeed the case. So this is for the control. You see the threat have higher skin conductance increase than no threat, but if it's followed by cultural icon, male lion, you don't see that threatening response here. So that's need for cognitive culture have a moderating effect as well. The higher the need for cognitive culture, people benefit more. Actually, this higher, more calming effect for the high need for cognitive culture people, as after they see male lion. Now, this was Jack. Jack is here, our team member. Yeah, we looked at cultural security. Here, very exciting, it's preliminary data, but we already find that the higher the cultural security is a function of conflict with the outgroup. If it's conflicting, indicated by the solid line, people decrease in their approach of outgroup. But if it's a positive relationship, actually, cultural security helps in intergroup relations. Now, so this is rounding up. We are facing unprecedented level of uncertainty, because of all these reasons, and God forbid the next pandemic. But under high uncertainty, it induces anxiety and distress, and one's own culture can provide a safe haven. And then this actually would increase, patriotism. And the worst, scenario would be this patriotism turned into nationalism. And then, especially when these people encounter other group, and these group, when they faced threat to them. Now, to reap this benefit, so again, this is a take-home framework. And from this, in order to reap the benefit of multicultural exposure, factors such as positive intergroup relations, open-mindedness, cultural security are very important. And we think, this is the bring home message. This framework might bring an alternative way to study comparative culturology, because it moves from describing, because it's not about identifying dimensions to describe different culture, but instead doing experiments that can look at the causal inference more. And also because this really look at culture through the individual's lens, how individual represent multiple culture and how it might affect them. Okay, so thank you so much. And then if you're interested in what we're doing, we have many other projects. Please scan our QR code and you can get more information. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Hong, for the very interesting talk. I love the meme photos very much. So because for the interest of time, maybe we can collect 1 to 2 questions for Professor Hong. And then if we have more questions, we can always save up after the session. Yeah.
Always, I enjoy your presentation. So good. So I wanted to ask this question: in the last 20 years or even more, why do you use American symbol to prime Western culture? Why don't you use UK? Given the history of Hong Kong.
Oh, you mean Hong Kong? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very legitimate question. Yeah. I think, again, in my work, not only Hong Kong participants, actually the very early work is with Hong Kong participants before I moved to Illinois, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Yeah, when I taught there. Because after that, I have done a lot of Asian Americans, Latino Americans type of studies. So early on, why American? It's because actually, although we were British colony, one very important thing is in education, we use US textbooks. Yeah, I don't know whether you notice it or not. Yeah, and when we teach, for example, intro to psychology, intro to social psychologies, or like Arison, Meyer, all those major textbooks. And the examples we gave were also, American. So I think that is one, anecdotal story. When we grew up, actually, we were exposed to American cultural influence through Hollywood, through a lot of things. And also, I think, many people, do they really differentiate American from UK? Might be, some can tell the accents, yeah, but some might not, yeah. But I think in general, my early study were with Hong Kong college students, and their textbooks were mainly from US.
Oh, I see. Well, I was just wondering if, Hong Kong, people in Hong Kong might have some somewhat more realistic or kind of contaminated experience with UK, given the colonial history. Instead, maybe US is a kind of a sanitized version representing Western individual. It's just, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So when you say contaminated,
contaminated because, colonialism. Well, one thing that surprised me in Hong Kong is that people are not really that negative toward colonizers in this culture. Almost people seem to regard the UK as a more of an enabler rather than oppressor. I'm not sure if that's a correct representation, but that's the impression I got anyway. Compared to what I heard from ordinary folks in Africa, for example, they are much more bitter toward the colonizers.
I see.
But anyway,
Yeah.
so, but still, colonization is not that great thing. And
Right.
may be a stain in, Hong Kong history. And even though UK represent Western culture, maybe here, UK might have a somewhat more nuanced representation of Western.
Yeah. Let me reply to that. I think excellent observation. I think there are huge individual differences, and so some people might have like nostalgia, feelings towards the old Hong Kong colonial time, but there were also people who are quite negative towards it. Yeah, so that's the precise research question that I'm doing now. I'm doing a longitudinal study on Hong Kong people's identity and its evolution across time too. So, but that is a very, sharp observation. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Professor Kitayama, for the interesting question. I hate to be the time please woman. So thank you, Professor Hong, for the interesting talk again. So
Thank you.
Now let's move on to our next sharing, which is also our last sharing in this morning by Professor Emma Buchtel. Please also allow me to give you a basic introduction of Professor Buchtel. Professor Emma Buchtel is an associate professor and associate dean, international engagement in the Department of Psychology, Faculty of Education and Human Development at the Education University of Hong Kong. Professor Buchtel's research aims to deepen our understanding of Chinese cultural influences on psychology, including moral concepts, values, motivation, and reasoning styles, and their implications for Western psychological theories. And Professor Buchtel uses interdisciplinary approaches, mixed methods with cross-cultural data, and adopts open science practice to do her research. Professor Buchtel, please.
I got it in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Okay, not sure. I'll have to explain. Okay, so my presentation today is actually a theory that I have not yet convinced myself of, and I want your help to see. I hope it will be something that will spark ideas and that you will find somewhat believable, and that you'll help me figure out, because it ought to be true. It really ought to be true. How can we actually find out if it's true? So this is my outline. I started with main goal is that I'm doing these really interesting lay prototype studies, trying to figure out like what do people think good moral character is, or humility or gratitude is in different languages. And lay prototype studies are really fun. And you can do, I'll show you what it is if you haven't done it before. You can do factor analyses. You can find out some differences in what the content of these concepts are. But doing these just kind of gets you only too far. It allows you to describe, but not really compare in a very precise way. And I accidentally stumbled upon realizing that if I do cluster analysis and multidimensional scaling, I end up with some, what I'm calling a 2D framework that consistently seems to appear regardless of cultures and regardless of concepts. And if I compare the content using this framework, you can come up with much more interesting ways of comparing the concept across culture. But does this 2D really exist? Why is it there? I think that if I could really explain this 2D framework, that I can do much more interesting things with my lay prototype study. So this is what I want your help with. How can I prove the 2D is true? Okay, so this is a example of a lay prototype without using the 2D framework. So when we're doing a lay prototype study, what we do is we give participants, in this case from US and China, a word. And we say, can you write down all, in study one, we say, can you write down a bunch of characteristics that you associate with this concept or this word? So we just collect the characteristics. So that's what we did in study one. This one was a relatively simple version of lay prototype. And we look at all of these characteristics. We try to figure out which ones are actually mentioned by multiple people. So in this case, we found just 68 from China words that are mentioned by 5 or more people, because we had relatively more people, 70 words that Americans list that are listed by at least 3 of them. So these are common words associated with modesty. And then we give them 2 new samples of people and ask them to rate how central these words are to your concept of modesty. And then we did simple factor analysis on that. And you end up with some really interesting findings. So Ron, I want you to look at this and tell me, so that talking about, this is obviously concept variance, not invariance. So we're choosing the correct word. In both China and America, they have a factor of words that is about not being arrogant. They also have a factor of words that's about being kind and good. These are virtues associated with a modest person. And then you end up with some factors that are completely different. So in US, being modest is associated with being shy, quiet, self-effacing, introverted, decorous. So modesty, the word modesty in English, American English is often used to describe modest clothing. And so that turns up. China, a modest person is hardworking, aspiring, earnest, setting high goals for themselves. A modest person is smart and popular. Okay, highly knowledgeable, clever, successful, outstanding, popular in your group. Very different concepts. So it's already pretty cool. But that's I mean, I can do more studies, and I know I want to talk about this with Shinobu, about other enhancing self-enhancement. But all I can do is say, hey, these ones are obviously different. These ones are obviously the same. I would like to say more than that. Did another lay prototype study, excellent moral character, Hong Kong and Beijing students comparing to a Canadian lay prototype, same kind of process. But this time, after I did the centrality rating, I then took the top 55 characteristics from the centrality rating, and I did another study where I asked new people to freely sort them into groups. And when I did that, then I'm able to do hierarchical cluster analysis and multidimensional scaling with that data. And I may ask Annalie's opinion about this, but basically that's, it's the free sorting that allows me to do this. And what you end up with, so you can, again, you do cluster analysis with that data. You can also do multidimensional scaling with the same data. So cluster analysis kind of gives you things that look like factors, groups of words that go together. But multidimensional scaling allows you to put those on a kind of a map. And this is just showing 2 factors. And I've circled the clusters on that map. So we have clusters is sort of interesting. You can compare. I mean, there are some of those interesting things like civic responsibility turns up in both Hong Kong and Beijing. Hong Kong has humble and polite. Canada has confident, totally different. But can I say more? When you look at the multidimensional scaling, you end up with something even more interesting, which is that there are some warm virtues and some cold virtues. These are all virtues. There are aspects of being a virtuous person. There are also some virtues that are about looking to the outside, being law-abiding, and some virtues that are about looking to your inside, being a person, your very personal inside virtues. And I can see this pattern happening in Hong Kong and in Canada. And so what I think is happening is that there's some kind of common framework that my participants are using when they sort these virtues, that everybody, regardless of culture, is actually sorting the virtues on whether they feel they're cold or warm, or whether they're internal or external. So if, and you may have heard that this is kind of a common, especially in terms of the social judgments, there is this idea that there are fundamental dimensions of social judgment. They're often called competence and warmth. There's many related articles that will always be talking about these fundamental dimensions: bivariate structure of personality, agenda and communal values. So maybe it's not surprising that when I have virtues, that they also show up with these two dimensions underlying them. And when you look at, when you use that framework, I like this a lot more, because then you end up being able to do interesting cross-cultural comparisons. So in Canada, warm virtues, being caring and sincere, those are the ones on that side of the map. That's how I determined that they're warm. Cold, confident, self-assured. External agency, 10 commandments in Canada. Internal agency, confident again. In Canada, those turn up twice. In Beijing, we've got rational on the cold side, caring on the warm side, law-abiding on the external side, optimistic and tolerant on the internal side. In Hong Kong, we've got loving others on the warm side, principled on the cold side, acts heroically, law-abiding on the external side, modest on the internal side. And that is what is really interesting, because if you take just those internal, supposedly internal, according to MDS, virtues, in Canada, it's about being confident. In Hong Kong, it's about being polite and modest. But these are about looking to your internal self to decide how to be good. And it's just that they're very different words. But in all cultures, we have types of virtues that are internal. Okay? And we have types of virtues that are external. But the specific instantiation of that general concept is very different in those three cultures. So when what I think could be this, again, this common 2D framework, I'm thinking, okay, well, no, I'll get into my sources theory later, but basically we can kind of look for this because we assume that our participants are using this whenever they are sorting or doing rating, that the first maybe two things that participants are feeling about whatever you give them is whether these are how they are on intimacy, so sort of cool feeling or warm feeling, and how they are on, I can call it agency, like the energy, the thing that directs you or sends you in which direction. Is it coming from the inside or is it coming from looking to the outside? Like law-abiding, 10 commandments, or your internal modesty, your internal confidence. And then the thing is that this 2D framework doesn't need to be about interpersonal or personality, or it could be about anything whatsoever, if humans do tend to always use this 2D framework with whatever we're looking at. I do it with gratitude, features of gratitude, and we still end up with warm and cold and internal and external. So won't analyze it in great detail, but there's warm gratitude, there's calculated and cold gratitude. There's gratitude that, look at the internal side, is easier. Having good intentions, being like the reason that your gratitude is because of really internal to you. And then there's something that I'm not very happy about. Sometimes it seems very clear on the external side that your reason that you're feeling gratitude is because of some rules that come from outside of yourself. But on the other hand, I get a lot of these things in some of them. So this is like external to you, or you're showing it on the outside. I'm having a little bit of trouble integrating these ones. So this is where I'm starting to feel uncertain about whether this 2D framework works perfectly across concepts. So it could be that there is a 2D of everything, that humans are always using these. And when I asked Dove Cohen about this many, many years ago at SPSB, because I was just noticing that in the moral character, I was like, why would these warm, cold, internal, external be turning up across my cultures? I don't understand. Like, it seems like it's there, but I'm not sure if I'm imagining it. And he said, oh, that sounds like Osgood. And so you look back in 1964, Osgood, a cultural anthropologist, I'll call him, found these. And this is something that he calls a semantic differential. So he says, again, we're trying to compare concepts across cultures, but we can only do it through language. So how can we do it in any rigorous fashion? And what he found is that despite whatever he did with scales, what totally different concepts, totally different participants, he kept on finding evaluative factor, potency, and activity. And if you do this, a la Osgood, that's, I think, what I'm finding. So this is his evaluative one. I don't like to call it evaluative because I found it first in virtues. All the virtues are good, but some of them are warm and some of them are cold. And then the agency side, he says that sometimes it's potency, like strong, weak, which probably to me, it might be weak, strong here, heavy, light, heavy, or sometimes he finds activity. And I think that maybe I'm sometimes finding that. If any circumplex that you find in the literature is showing this, okay, interpersonal circumplex, very love is the warm, dominance is the agency. Schwartz values, if you don't, I guess that this is very common. We know this one as well, except that it's like, we have to turn it on its side. Stereotype content model, again, just if you shift it around a bit, it's exactly there, warmth and competence. And Fisk has already mentioned, explicitly notices this. Communication styles, personality, 1968, they were finding this. And emotion. But in this side, again, instead of internal, it might be active. Okay, so that we have that potency versus activity. This is my confusion. And what about culture? So we are also seeing something very similar. So from Plowman's presentation, so he just looking at the end call access. On the individualizing side, there's more generalized trust, accepting of diverse others, child rearing for independence. And I'm thinking that this is actually warm in terms of how you think of strangers. So even though individualistic, maybe we would often think it's like cold because you're supposed to be separated from other people. I think it's warm because we're equally friendly with everybody. We're trusting, we're open with our relationships. On the collective side, it's about avoid. So the valence could be more approach avoid. It's about be a little bit cautious. That bad things might happen. You need to be careful about who you make friends with. You need to follow the rules. So potentially, we've got warm. Let's see if I did it right. Yeah, okay, that's what I think. Okay, warm, cold that way. This one is going to be another confusion. I will tell you right now, let's say that this might be internal. It might be also more active. That might be more external, looking out for the outside. And the reason that I think of this, okay, is also looking at Agner Fogg's analyses. I love this guy because he refuses to name his factors. Says it's just going to be F1 and F2 because anything that I do is way too premature. He will not tell us. And he says it repeatedly appears in analyses of all kinds of variables. Psychological is what we're looking at the world values often, but also material culture, also social structure. They keep on being correlated with each other. And of course, yeah, I have to turn this one around again, but it turns up in your specific rearrangement as well. And okay, could this possibly be true? How much? Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, so I think it seems like these things are too similar to each other, and they ought to have a single source. At the cultural level, at the individual level, interpersonal level, the way we look at concepts, they ought to have a single reason. But how could it happen? And you'll find that all these different researchers have different theories, kind of depending on what they were looking at. So Osgood believed that it was about emotions, that the way people feel emotions, and that all humans feel emotions in the same way. And he actually had these two dimensions of emotions. Fogg notices that F1 is associated with safe and wealthy countries versus unsafe and war-torn countries. And he notices that this one, Oliver, is associated with ethnic diversity, relational mobility, expressiveness, talking to people a lot, short-term orientation, strong emotions versus quiet harmony. So okay, there's many more theories. Fisk says that it's all because we're trying to predict other people's behavior towards us, positive, negative, how likely are they to take action. Ibarra take a little bit more of the evolutionary point of view. They say it's about, the warm cold is about group life, and the agency one is about skill acquisition, which I disagree with. And then Hogan and Roberts say something that I think is getting closer to what I believe. It's about getting along, intimate or unintimate, and getting ahead. So they think that the agency one is about hierarchy. External is like looking to other people to tell me what to do. Internal is looking to myself to tell me what to do. I think it's that we, as humans, have two hammers of dealing, two ways of thriving in our world. And they are intimacy and where our actions are coming from. And I loved Shinomu's discovery of this use of the framed line task. How many already know about this? Okay, only half of us. Good. Okay, so this is fascinating. What this is showing is that our habitual way of thinking about social relationships influences enormous things about how we see the world, even something that he calls a frame line task, looking at squares and lines, totally non-social, but the way we've been socialized affects the way we look at this. So what this is, hard to do this very quickly. He will give people this test over and over again. You are given a square with a line. And some of the times you're asked to do an analytic task, which is, I give you a new square. Your job is to draw the line exactly the same length as the original square's line, even though now it's different relative to the outside. The relative task is to draw the length of the line, the correct relative length to the outside square. And so what he was finding is Japanese are better at this than this, and Americans are better at this than this. And this is supposed to be because Japanese are constantly trying to pay attention to the other people around them, how they relate to them, what are the relationships between people fitting in. And so this habitual social mentality actually affects how you look at a box. And Americans, they do have relationships, by the way, but their social relations are different. You're maybe thinking always, how do I stay myself despite the people that I'm around? How do I be distinctive around the people? How do I have equal relationships with people? And so this makes you better at always getting the line the same, and more difficult to think of the line relative to the box. So I'm guessing that this is essentially what we are doing. Let's see if I have, okay. All right, I think that this is the one circumflex to rule them all. I hope. This is what I want it to be, that we have these two ways of dealing with social relations, like deciding whether we're going to be close or intimate to people, deciding whether other people are going to be looking to the outside to decide what to do, predicting people's behavior, deciding ourselves what we are going to do. This is like the action side, and this is the approach avoid side. And that maybe all of us are always aware of our relationships to other people, and the way that we're thinking about our social relations is consistently coloring the way we see all the phenomena around us. Whether or not it could really explain the culture thing, I'm having some trouble with. But I think, again, possibly it should be, and this is me thinking out loud, but you think about the end coal line, that warm cold, that societies are highly divided right now on whether or not we're wealthy versus unstable. And all humans need to thrive. The way we thrive depends on the situation that we're facing. And the way we thrive is by controlling our social relationships. That is how we survive, is through our social relationships. And so the warm cold, but we may also change the way our society is organized by using the warm cold and internal external. That this is basically the way we control our world as well. And so that maybe we are creating the cultures, recreating the cultures because of this. I'll just put it that way. But even though I really want it to be so true and so perfect, I have so many questions, okay? I don't like that sometimes it looks like activity rather than agency. I really dislike that it seems like sometimes it could be a little bit rotated. That makes me very uncertain. I dislike that factor analysis doesn't show these dimensions for me, only multidimensional. I think that the big two in personality, even though it sounds the same, might not be the same thing because they're getting it from factor analysis. And I also dislike that I have no idea how to do power analysis for multidimensional scaling. It's a very old school method of doing statistics, and I cannot find good rules. So I don't know, for example, maybe my multidimensional dimensions are not stable because I don't have enough n, but I don't even know any idea how to do that. So I have a lot of frustrations about the precision of this theory, but it should be true. Want it to be true, and I would appreciate your help to find out if it can be true. Thank you.
So now let's open the floor for questions.
Impressive work. Maybe I could relate to some of the uncertainty with especially the internal external dimension. So in your original method was asking lay theories about what they think about modesty or the moral characters. So I think in that procedure, you might kind of mix up what people find in others and how they describe themselves. All the theories on social perception, social judgment about how we judge others, right? And it gets tricky when you think about things like pride. Okay, we feel proud. So what we mean by pride is actually the positive thing. But we might actually describe someone else's pride as arrogance or smug, some things like that. So it's just pride is one thing, but we change the descriptions when describing others. So in your going back to the very beginning, you ask people what comes to your mind. So they might have kind of mixed up the, social judgment versus self-description. So that clearing that up might actually give you more precision in how that maps out on the whatever method, like factor analysis, multidimensional scaling. That's kind of my intuition.
Okay, yeah. I think so in terms of the actual method, so the study 1 is done with different people than study 2 or 3 or however many I'm doing. So by the time I get to study 3, I'm asking people, so like the cluster analysis, for example, I just say, here are a bunch of words. Can you put them together in ways that make sense to you? And it's totally open-ended. There's a nice program that you can do on the computer. They can sort it into clusters of whatever size they want. But I think that if there is this common 2D framework that's always influencing us, then it's definitely going to be going to be mixed up with whether we think we identify with these different groups of words. I dislike it when I talk about this thing. I think that this could be used in terms of looking at other people, worrying about how likely are they to move and in which direction are they going to move. And then it's also for myself, when I decide whether or not to move, am I looking to my boss to decide, or am I doing it purely from my own internal decisions? So this is a very flexible framework, but in some ways that also makes it maybe unprovable or disprovable. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
my intuition.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Emma. Very, very interesting. I have 2 comments. One, in your case, difference in the results between multidimensional scaling and the fact analysis may be related to the kind of question you asked. So in fact analysis data, you asked about centrality, right? And MDS is based on sorting, so that's by similarity. So, for example, some virtues, I don't know, being honest in professional context may be very important compared to some others. For example, I'm making things up. Or some different kinds of pleasure, say gambling and eating. I may prioritize eating over gambling, but I'm sure some other people may prioritize. So even though those are semantically related, so it seems to me that your MDS results reveal structure of meaning, whereas your fact analysis may maybe based on priorities of different kind of things in the domain of modesty. So that's one comment. And another comment is more important, at least to me, because I discovered the same thing. So we analyzed, we did just the same thing, ask people to generate attributes of happiness and compile them and have people sort things and to discover or recover engagement in this engagement. So that's our interpretation. But that corresponds to this internal, external. And so I found it simply just very interesting. And our work on engaging and disengaging emotion, that actually can be traced back to all the days when I was watching all those faces in face recognition study. And the first dimension is clearly positive, negative. And second dimension could be arousal. That may or may not show up depending on the composition of stimuli people use. And the third dimension is typically called dominant and submissive. And I myself found that that's a cultural bias. Dominance being, internal control and culturally desirable in Western context, whereas, submissive being more attentive and more attuned and more welcoming and interdependent, and which obviously is, well, at least in my mind, was, more valued in Eastern context. So I decided to call it engagement to make it look better, essentially. But
it's warm, cold.
on the back of my mind, that seems more correct.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, and I'd like to actually just pinpoint something about the virtues, because I think that one of the things that this also helps point out is that that a culture can be at a different range, basically. So, for example, the just specifically the internal virtue of politeness. When I first saw it without the MDS in Hong Kong, I'm like, oh, these Hong Kong people, they're always paying attention to the external rules. They're so obedient. And so when I then realized that it's at the internal side, I realized that it's just my American view. I think that you need to be forcing everybody to do what you want. You need to be self-confident. You need to be the one who knows what is right, and you tell what other people is right. That is an internal virtue. But in Hong Kong, polite, civilized, knowing precisely how to maybe get your way by being so appropriate that nobody ever bothers you. Maybe that is an internal agentic way of being virtuous in Hong Kong. And so that means that the extremity of what counts as an internal spark may be different in different cultures, but it's still an internal spark of motion.
Okay, so we have I
We have lunch.
hands, so so to be fair, how about we save the questions to lunch? Okay, so if we have no questions from our students and participants, let's save our continue our brainstorm to the lunchtime. And thank you again. Please join me to give a hand to Professor Han and Professor Buchtel for the interesting talks, and thank you for the great questions, and thank you all for participating. We hope to see you again at 2 p.m. That's when our afternoon sessions begin.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we will get started in about 1 or 2 minutes. So please take a seat and get ready for our exciting session in the afternoon. Okay. So good afternoon. I hope everybody had a great lunch. My name is Frankie Wong. I am assistant professor here at Lingnan University, Department of Sociology and Social Policy. So today in the afternoon, we will have 2 sessions. So this is the first session on culture in social context. And we have 2 speakers in this session. May I now first introduce our first speaker, Professor Vanina Leschziner from the University of Toronto, Canada. So Professor Leschziner is an associate professor in the Department of Sociology at the University of Toronto and affiliated faculty at the Culinary Center, Research Center at the University of Toronto. So her primary research areas of interest are social theory, culture, cognition, evolution, organizations, and creativity and innovation. And today, her topic will be do scale and size matter for culture and action? Okay, so without further ado, I will pass the floor to Professor Leschziner. So let's give her a big hand, warm welcome to Lingnan University.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Last night, instead of sleeping, I thought that it would be a good idea to try to connect to what's been happening here. What I do is very different. A, because I'm a sociologist. B, because I study different things and I study them differently. A few people seem quite preoccupied with the fact that I use quantitative methods, so my apologies. But so what I want to try to do is to I'm going to be interjecting something. So the talk will be a bit longer than I had planned. It was carefully timed. So I'm going to skip over some things to try to translate the knowledge to the way that we've been talking about things here. So what I want to say is I think the advantage or disadvantage, depending on your perspective of speaking towards the end of the talk, in addition to the fact that people are tired, is that you get to speak to what other people have been talking about. And one of those things is what I think you could try to combine all the talks into one core question or a couple of core questions. And you might think that what I'm doing is odd because you might think of your research as doing something different. But I think in some way, everybody has been talking about how people try to figure out their environment, develop a sense of self vis-a-vis others in their environment, choose paths of action, you may call them behavior or decision making, and figure out how to relate to others in their environment. So those are the same questions that drive my research. I'm going to talk about those today, and they drive a lot of my research. It is just that the way I'm tackling these questions is different kind of at the level of scale, except that I don't mean that scale, but analytical scale. So here we've been hearing people either talking about the national levels, or the notion of national cultures, which is non-existent in my part of the world, my part of the academic world, or the individual level. I'm going to be placed somewhere in the middle today. Next week, for those who are here next week, I'm going to move down to the individual level. But today, it's somewhere in the middle, and what that middle is and looks like will become clear as I move on. Ethan Shapiro is a wonderful PhD student in the department who is now collaborating with me on this. I started working on this a long time ago. I put it aside, moved on to other things, forgot about it, but then this student came along who has similar has data that are comparable to mine, and so they can be put together, and it's a similar interest. Anyway, so we've revived this. So the question is how people make choices about their actions, and here we've heard different perspectives. And I'm going to just briefly mention two perspectives that matter for the purposes at hand. One is early in the 20th century, people figuring out that having social interactions with concrete others in our environment matters for, again, how we navigate those environments and decide what to do. We skip over a bunch of decades, and then later on, as the workplace changes in the US, we get organizational behavior, organizational studies, and so forth, where people are paying more attention to how relations with others in an organizational environment shape decision making. For these two perspectives, which are very different in many ways, if not most, what matters is our capacity to interact with others face to face. So that is that our capacity to interact with others in the same physical environment. Now, with the development of digital technologies, people started wondering, by people I mean scholars and commentators alike, they started wondering about whether location matters. So whether interacting face to face matters. This increased with COVID, of course, where there's been a lot of commentary since then about whether location matters for the workplace. Now, even during that time, there were views from all sorts of sides, and people saying that it does matter, people saying that it doesn't matter, with all sorts of social outcomes being measured. But the question is not at all settled. Does location matter for action or not? So there's a bunch of research on this. One that I like, Picasso here, is about how artistic movements have historically been locally clustered. Cubist in early 20th century Paris is one example, but there's research from cultural economics going back to the 1500s with huge data sets showing how location matters for artistic and scientific movement. And you may be thinking, that's all well and good, but digital technologies weren't developed yet. And yes, that is true. But much later, we see industries such as biotech and tech, which are also famously locally clustered, Silicon Valley being a case in point. One particularly neat case is social media influencers, a non-place-based occupation by definition, not only live in the same city or the same neighborhood, but down to the same house, which is now called content. So the question that I'm basically asking here is how people's capacity to observe and interact with others in their environment affect strategies of action. And I'm going to try to answer this question by suggesting some kind of theoretical propositions based on my own research, also based on my co-author's research and secondary sources that are subject to empirical study. And I'm going to focus on particular environments, and I'll talk about that in a second. And I'm going to focus on two particular attributes of those environments. And those are size and scale. And where you see the word ecological there next to conditions, by that I mean social ecology, how we understand social ecology in organizational behavior and sociology, not the kind of ecology that people have been talking about here. So I've studied organizational spheres, and organizational spheres I think are a particularly good site to study this, and they're broadly defined as kind of social configurations where people are brought together because they share some kind of task or interest. And so what you do is you get a significant mass of people so that you can find patterns and something that we can manage through qualitative methods. And because they share those interests or those tasks, it's easier to find patterns. Again, it's a kind of a research design that allows us to find what we want to find. And so one subtype of organizational spheres are cultural spheres, and I've looked at those. And cultural spheres, you could consider them as cultural markets. The places where people produce products with cultural value. And they have particularly good conditions to study this question because they have high levels of uncertainty. And what happens when they have higher levels of uncertainty, it becomes even more important to look at what other people are doing to figure out what strategies work, what strategies don't work, and develop heuristics that will help you. Three main reasons why they have high levels of uncertainty. So it's harder to evaluate cultural products, both in terms of quality and price, and compare. Success of cultural products is famously unpredictable, and careers in cultural spheres are also indeterminate and precarious. So again, the more uncertainty you have in your environment, the harder it is to choose strategies of action. And so it becomes a more interesting case to study this question because your relations with others become much more important. Like any organizational sphere, cultural spheres vary in many ways, but two particularly important ways for us here are, one is that they have different conditions for people to be able to observe others in their environment, obtain information, and choose strategies of action. And they also have very different conditions for establishing social relations with others. So the two attributes that I'm looking at are size and scale. Very simply defined, size is the number of people who are actively working in your environment. Very simply put, scale is whether those people are in your geographically local environment or they're far away. In no way am I saying that these are the two only things that matter for people choosing strategies of action. Neither am I saying that it is the most important thing. Or what I am saying is that these are the important dimensions that explain variation in people's strategies of action and relations with others, and they are dimensions that have been overlooked in the literature, and that's why I'm looking at them. And basically, oops, okay, there's a line that you can't see here, which is wonderful. So under subnational, there's a supranational. So basically, in small organizational spheres, we know people personally, or at least know about them, know of them, and we may have more personal social relations with them. In larger organizational spheres, people may be more abstract. We may know what social attributes characterize them, but we don't know them personally or even of them personally, so who they are as individuals. At the level of scale, at the subnational level, we have more proximal interactions with these people. They also tend to be more synchronous. At the supranational level that you can't see, we have more distal relationships with people. So hopefully we're not going to miss a line from every slide. So when I talked about the theories that we had going back to the early 20th century about how the environment is important for people to figure out what to do, one of the characteristics that often comes up is emulation, right? We look to see how other people act, and we emulate those actions that seem to bring rewards. We try to avoid things that seem to bring social benefits. Okay, that's pretty simple. Now, in organizational spheres, in addition to emulation, what we have is pressures towards differentiation, right? To stand out in a competitive market, you need to do something different. These pressures are obviously in tension with one another, so it is difficult for people to choose one of them. And there's a whole lot of literature on this one question. I'm gonna skip the explanation of what I choose and why. For sociologists in the audience who are interested about this, I'm happy to talk about it later. The theories or fields are just particularly useful for this, so I'm relying on those to some extent, but also on other perspectives. Now, the thing with these kinds of studies is that they tend to assume that organizational spheres exist at the national level. So you can think about the field of literature or painting. And they make that assumption for the very simple and stupid reason that the original research, the foundational research in the area, just looked at national level fields. And so they just assume that. And this never becomes a question. And with the increase in digital technologies and people being more likely to be embedded in transnational contexts, it becomes even more important to look at the dimensions of size. Okay. So again, based on my own research, which I will mostly not talk about, I've come to believe that whether you have concrete relations with others who are in your local environment and you might run into, or you have relations that are more abstract with people who are far away, profoundly shape strategies of action, and particularly when it comes to emulation and differentiation in organizational spheres. So there's a whole bunch of combinations that you can look at, and in the paper, I develop all those, but here I'm just gonna look at the ones that have this. I'm gonna have to go through those very quickly. I'm gonna look at three things in particular. Those are competition, collaboration, and social control. And I think, okay, for sociologists in the audience, you can think about this in a million ways. So I'm considering them as kind of a structural way of understanding social relations. From that point of view, I think you can think about this in similar ways to how people have been talking about individualism and collectivism, that it's a structural way in which we see ourselves vis-a-vis others, and that shapes not only our relations with others, but also what actions we decide to undertake and what actions we decide to avoid. So I'm focusing on these three, again, a structural dimension, or a structural way of looking at it. So, okay, thank you. Okay, so I have no interest in craft beer personally, but Ethan Shapiro, my co-author, has been studying craft beer, so he has a lot of data, which is useful for us. So this is a good case for local small fields. They tend to be very locally clustered. They're spatially clustered, sometimes even along a street, and they tend to be unlike like your Budweiser. They're small. Producers tend to know, or at least know of one another. So because you have a low, relatively limited number of members, there's lower competition because there's this notion that we can all benefit from one another's success. There's also a higher likelihood that you'll get a collective identity being developed and that is mutually beneficial. There's also people are more likely to emulate strategies that work from other people. That physical proximity and regular face-to-face interaction also leads to mutual learning and collaboration and emulation. And so there's a bunch of examples that we have from the literature that where you see the templates for particular styles of making beer and all that diffused through these kind of networks. And what you get in the end is shared norms of quality and style. When it comes to social control, it is quite specific to local small fields, how it happens, because what you get is informal normative pressures, right? Again, if you do anything that's bad and you're gonna run into people, it's gonna become very uncomfortable. So either excessive competitiveness or excessive emulation gets penalized. Why? In part is because it leads to antagonistic relationships, and antagonistic relationships are hard to maintain in person, much easier to maintain to have if you don't see your antagonist. And they also can damage collaboration or potential collaboration. And then there's all sorts of norms, and there's all sorts of research showing how people get penalized when they break a social norm. Now, apologies for excessive navel gazing, but using academic subdisciplines means that I can go quickly over this. And I don't mean that all academic subdisciplines are global and small in scale, but some are. And here, culture and cognition is a subfield within the sociology of culture. In sociology, it's very different from culture and cognition in psychology. So those of you who may be thinking, what the hell are you talking about? Culture and cognition is not a small field. In sociology, it still is. I'm old enough to say that I joined this field when it was in its very early stages, and it's grown enormously, but it's still relatively small. So it's a small intellectual community with people who may be beyond the national borders of a particular country when it was developed, the US in this case. But so it means that your peers are concrete. You may not see them all the time, and your relations may be asynchronous and mediated, but you kind of know who they are. So again, because the field is relatively small, we can track peers. We can keep up with their publications and their grants and conferences and moves from one university to another, all those things. We're all familiar with the pressures towards conformity and originality in academia, right? We need to conform to particular modes of writing stuff because otherwise we don't get grants or we don't get our papers accepted by journals. But at the same time, you have to claim that you're doing something original because otherwise you don't get published. So we're familiar with those. I don't need to talk about that very much. But so what that means is that what you get is bounded differentiation, right? We need to distinguish ourselves from others, but not too much. Otherwise, our work is not seen as legitimate. So what you get in small global fields, I'm almost done, is a strong collective identity and support network. And again, this leads to less competition. That strong collective identity, again, is beneficial for people in academia because of all these things. Again, I think I can skip this. Social control is quite different from local small fields in part because, again, the normative, informal normative social control doesn't work so well. There's research showing that the effects of gossip, say, in these international networks is relatively weak and slow and uneven in kind of making people do the right thing. Also, of course, because we have formal regulation of knowledge exchange in academia, right? Through citations and peer reviews, we get a much more formal way of controlling what we do. Now, you may be thinking, okay, this is all well and good, but the difference between the two fields that you're talking about comes down to the nature of the activity. It's very different. But the one field that I know best, because I spent many years studying it, is cuisine, high cuisine. And so it is actually from my research there that I started developing these insights, because chefs develop very different strategies of knowledge exchange with chefs who are locally uh, who are located in the same city, and those who are far away. Very different. They relate to one another in different ways, and they develop strategies of action that are different. And again, so patterns of emulation and differentiation are quite different. And the explanation does come down to distinctions at the level of size and scale. So collaboration, competition, and social control is very different when we're talking about a field that's global and a field that's local. And how I started working on this is precisely to try to understand how people change those strategies of action when they move between one level and another. So part of their work is based in a locality, so in a city in this case, but some part of the work is also embedded in a broader network. This is a summary of what I've done, but if time is up, I'll just leave it there.
Hey, thank you very much, Professor Leschziner. I think it's very fascinating, especially when we're talking about things like cooking, culinary chefs, and so on and so forth. So I'll leave this privilege for you to ask questions about it. I would very much love to hear more about this. So I will then pass the time for the audience for any questions.
Thank you, Vanina. I want to push a little the boundaries of thinking by asking the following. So we have this dimensions, size, and scale. But then I was wondering whether, in order to be able to derive the effects of these sort of networks, stake shouldn't be another dimension added to the two. Because I can imagine that we have very small groups or networks with a global reach, but where the stakes are much higher compared with that cognition and culture network. And I can give you immediately a couple of examples of a couple. So I was wondering whether, in order to understand better how these two dimensions, scale, size, combine and to what different effects they lead, whether the stake is not necessary. So, but what is at stake in all of this? How big is the stake? Because I can very well imagine that in the cases you have studied the high-end chefs, the stake is totally different, for instance, from what is at stake in local, breweries, artisan breweries, and so on and so forth.
Excellent question. I expected you to push me, so so yes, that's an excellent question. Yeah, in some way, I'm collapsing states into the competition collaboration of that, because indeed, and again, I can talk about the case of chefs, which I know better. In some cases, you can think about the activity being slightly different. I mean, competition is definitely different, because if you and I have restaurants in New York, one of the cities that I studied, we may be competing over, blah blah blah. Yeah, yeah, you are right about that. We can have a conversation about it. Yes, so I could give you some answers, but that's a very good one. Yes, thank you.
Hey, thank you. So I think we still have time for one or two more questions.
Very much. I wonder if this distinction extends to the distinction between the mind shaft and the
Thank you for that question. That's a nice question. Well, Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft is mostly about size, right? Not scale. Part because I probably find those concepts were about scale didn't exist. But also, the distinction, of course, that distinction includes a difference that happens within those communities that I don't necessarily see here. So again, for the sake of parsimony, I just use two categories for each axis, but we started thinking about this at least with three, like small, medium, large, and so then you might have not come up with that question because the medium is a bit different. Things get a bit more complicated, so I'm just here dividing it in a 2 by 2. But my initial interest with this was looking at local, like at a city, regional, national, supranational. So yeah, that's a brief way to answer. You can see that there's more going on.
Thank you. We can do one more question. So we'd like to see one.
Would be super fascinating. I'm wondering, like we've been hearing a lot about cultural differences in organizing social relations, and we heard this morning about, like ecological differences. I think your size and scale intersects with both. I'm a universalist, so I get to really try and find universal structures, patterns everywhere in some form or another. But you could actually ask, for example, if geography, like restricts, for example, size and scale, would you expect the same kind of patterns, or could they collapse, or would they always work the same way? And the same with like cultural organization, the social cultural organization. If you are in a context where there's certain social preferences for one type of organizing, would you necessarily see the same effect of size and scale? What's your thought about both ecological and social cultural ways of organizing? Do you see these dimensions independent of those dimensions, or some more complex interaction pattern?
So by geography or the ecological, like what do you have in mind?
So think, for example, ecology, valleys, like communities are there, you can't grow, you can't actually get distance. So that's why we have, for example, lots of linguistic variability in some parts of PNG compared to plains, where you can scatter and you can scale up, right? So this is a clear pattern where, I could imagine that it is influenced, moderated, collapses in some way or another, depending on the geographical location in different communities around the world. And I'm just wondering, what's your view on that?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. The thing is that because I have studied cultural spheres or organizational spheres, by nature, they're located in cities in general. And so geography matters a lot less. But, I presented a different version of similar thoughts a long time ago at a conference in Europe by organizational studies people. And my understanding of culinary fields comes from the US, where they're located in cities. And Europeans were not happy about that because many of the 3-star Michelin places are like one in the middle of nowhere in a small town in Germany, and then you have to drive for an hour to get to the next one. That's not geography, it's, I don't know, development, it's like social development, or some other term. Yes, yeah, so it's a different explanation, but not geography, but because cultural spheres tend to develop in cities, yes. So that's a variation I don't have.
All right, thank you. I think we have one last question. Right, thank you. I guess this talk is only a very beginning of from the audience, what you want to learn more from Professor Leschziner's research. So next week, promotion time, of course, on Tuesday, May 20th, we will have a distinguished lecture with Professor Leschziner in the afternoon. So please reserve the time and join us for more discussion on the topic. All right. Okay. Perfect. So but anyway, let's give us a big hand and thank Professor Leschziner for her wonderful talk. So for our next speaker in this session, we have our colleague, Francisco Olivos from Lingnan University, of course, from our Department of Sociology and Social Policy. So he holds a PhD in sociology from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, as well as a master's degree from sociology and social research from Utrecht University in the Netherlands, and in sociology in the, Pontificia Università sorry for my Spanish, right? Católica de Chile, right? I messed it up, I know. But anyway, his research, Francisco's research, lies in the intersection of cultural sociology, subjective well-being, and social stratification. So he has a strong emphasis also on quantitative and computational methods. And today, Francisco is bringing us a talk on like a fish in the water, personal cultural structure, fit, and subjective well-being. So without further ado, I'll pass the floor to Francisco.
Thank you, Frankie. Thank you. I am very happy to be here for two reasons. So the first reason is that we oftentimes go for conferences and present our work, but we don't often present our work at home. So I am really happy to present this also at my university. And the second reason is because I do sociology, cultural sociology. I study a bachelor in sociology, 2 masters in sociology, a PhD in sociology, but I use a lot of theories from psychology. And we have a lot of psychologists in the audience. So it's a good opportunity actually to test if I am actually talking something that makes sense. So that is make me happy, but also it's a challenge. As you read, like a fish in the water, here there's not any kind of coordination with Flamen, but it seems that we are talking about something similar. We're talking about fish and we're talking about water. So I will try to make sense what I mean in this context with this title along the presentation. My original plan was to present 2 studies. Actually, this is part of my JRF grant, and where I have a kind of theoretical model that applies that to different type of research questions and different, we call it the social systems. And for this presentation, I was planning to present the gender system and the political system, but probably I will only have time to present the first one. All the studies are in co-authorship with Junin San, and the gender study with Loxan Ho, and the political system with Mariano Rojas. But again, I think I will only have time to present the first one. When we study culture and subjective well-being, in general, we start from the work of Wiener, because this question started in positive psychology. And later, economists joined the studies of happiness and started calling it the science of happiness to take it a bit away from psychology. And a bit later, also sociologists joined the discussions of subjective well-being. So I'm trying to connect with this tradition that has around 30 years. And in this literature, when we talk about the relationship between culture and subjective well-being, in general, the idea is that there are certain cultural features in the countries that explain individual differences of subjective well-being. So the original studies ask if collectivistic or individualistic countries are happier, or less happy. However, as we know, of course, nations, countries capture a lot of the variability of individual level outcomes. Okay. However, we also know that within countries we have high level of variability. The fact that there is an individualistic country or a collectivistic country doesn't mean that everyone within the country will be individualistic or collectivistic. Actually, Professor Wren asked that yesterday, what happened when an individual actually is collectivistic and lives in an individualistic country? What are the implications for individual level outcomes of that misalignment or mismatch between individual and the context? And that is the central question of this entire project. And I got inspired actually from literature in psychology that talk about actually cultural fit. So this question about individual and environment, person environment fit is called in other papers, is called the cultural fit. So the starting point of this research question comes actually from psychology. And what I will present here in particular is this misalignment or alignment of fit or unfit in the case of the gender system. And here the fish come. So we have a quite international audience. And I guess in more of your languages, you have something similar to this idiom, like a fish out of the water, como pez fuera del agua is in Spanish. I know that I presented this in Korea, and they all even told me there is a K-pop song with the same title. And I guess in your own languages, you will have something equivalent. So the question is how the fish actually will feel when it's in the water, in an environment that is familiar, or actually in an environment that is unfamiliar. That is the question about subjective well-being. Well, gender system, gender studies, gender inequalities. What are the questions that we have in this particular field? So there are two bodies of literature that I refer here. So the first one asks about actually how the inequality, gender inequality at the level of the country affect the well-being of individuals. So this is objective gender inequality. Let's say gender gaps or differences in life expectancy and so on and so forth. How that affect the subjective well-being of individuals that live in that country. And the literature show that actually there is a positive relationship between equality and subjective well-being for both men and women. So there is a question about how the environment, the country, the gender inequality at the country level affect the well-being of individuals. Then there's another body of literature that's look at the micro level, how the gender attitudes, the gender norms affect how individuals feel with their lives. And this literature shows that individuals that tend to be more egalitarian tend also to feel better with their lives. So we have two bodies of literature. However, they don't talk to each other. They don't ask, well, when we have certain gender attitudes, how they will affect our well-being if we live in a country where there's high level of inequality or with certain predominant gender norms. I will try to make it even more clear with that diagram later. So this study has three contributions. So I mainly try to make contributions to sociology, but I also try to make a dialogue with the psychology, and I hope the contributions will make sense for you. The way when we study culture in sociology, and Vanina already introduced one of these layers. So we talk about public culture, let's say macro level culture, and culture at the individual level, that we call it personal culture. And I will explain that in a minute, because I know that is not something familiar in other disciplines. And we also talk about meso-level culture, organizational culture, for instance. So we talk about culture in a multi-level structure, not only at the level of the country, also at the level of the individual, also in intermediate levels. And something that sociologists don't do with these structures to say, okay, this multi-level structure also interact with the individual level culture to explain individual level outcomes. I will explain that in a minute too. The second is that I try to extend the idea of cultural fit that is a predominant in psychology, talking about objective fit. Not only the fit is with the norms of the country or with the culture of the country, but also there could be a fit or not with the objective structures of the country. And I will try to explain that also with a diagram. And I will also is the first application of this idea in the gender system, trying to discuss how individual level gender norms and the gender norms of the country and the gender inequality of the country affect the well-being of individuals. So just to briefly explain the theoretical framework. So this is a influential diagram in cultural sociology that tries to explain how we study culture, and this is inspired by cognitive psychology. So we talk about public culture as the culture that is publicly available in the country. So we talk about discourses here, we talk about movies, we talk about the culture that is in the book, historically constructed, and so on and so forth. And then we have something that we call personal culture. And here, I know that it sounds counterintuitive because we say culture is shared, so that it is personal, that is not culture anymore. However, the central idea when we talk about personal culture is that this public culture is manifested through individuals. So we observe culture through individuals. And that can interact with a personal experience. If I live in an individualistic country, doesn't mean that every individual will be actually individualistic, okay? Because they manifest the culture and not the entire culture, but also partial part of the culture and so on and so forth. And then we also make this distinction between declarative and non-declarative culture that is consistent with what when psychologists talk about type 1 and type 2 and so on and so forth. But I will not use this distinction in this study, but it's also part of the framework. When cross-cultural psychologists talk about the cultural fit and what are the implications for the well-being of individuals, cross-cultural psychologists talk about at least three possible ways in which the cultural fit can affect the well-being individuals. They say the environment, the cultural environment operate as affordances. So if we have a culture that is consistent with the manifestation of the culture in the individual, that facilitates the goal attainment. So individuals feel better with their lives. Also, if there is conformity with the country level culture, individuals also avoid social sanction. So in order to avoid social sanctions, I will also conform to the norms in the country. So individuals will feel better about it. And also the idea of internal conflict. If I have ideas that are inconsistent with the ideas of the country, or if I have norms that are inconsistent with the norms of the country, that also will be translated into stress of the individual and negative effects and so on and so forth. So those are traditional mechanisms in psychology to explain this relationship. However, in sociology, we have also this idea. And we don't study this really often. So sociologists don't study much subjective well-being in general because sociologists try to pay more attention to objective inequalities. So happiness, subjective well-being is not often taken as a dependent variable. But the idea of cultural fit can be translated, can be taken back actually to Marx. When I don't know if you were familiar with the idea of ideology. So the idea of the ideology is that there is a dominant ideology, and if individuals don't internalize this idea of ideology, that is the cultural fit, they can actually develop a consciousness and that will lead to the revolution. So that is actually an idea that goes back to Marx. And I don't have this in the paper, but I put it here just to show you that we talk about similar things. Or Bourdieu. So the idea of cultural capital is that there are certain rules in the field that individuals can conform and occupy a dominant position in the field. But if individuals don't conform to this cultural capital, they can also suffer marginality, and that is a mechanism of cultural reproduction. And actually, he talks about something called hysteresis. That is, there are cultural changes in the field, and individuals don't adapt to those changes, and that produce also situations of marginality and negative outcomes for individuals. Okay. And another extension, I will try to go faster, is that I don't talk about cultural fit, I talk about structural fit. When we talk about structures in sociology, and this is what I say in my introduction to sociology class, a structure is like the grammar. It's not the particular words, but it's the grammar in society, are the rules and the resources that constrain the action of individuals. And culture is one part of the structure. So culture are norms, are shared principles, shared practices, and that affect the action of individuals. But a structure are also material resources, are opportunities that individuals have or don't have. So both of them can affect action, not only culture, not only norms. If we look actually only to culture, we are missing the other side of a structure. So we cannot miss it. I will explain. Well, this is the summary of what I have tried to say. So we have subjective well-being as the outcome that I want to explain. So we have the idea that gender norms, the attitudes that individuals have towards gender inequality affect their well-being. And this relationship is moderated by two country-level factors. One is the public gender norms. So the norms that are predominant at the country level. So you live in an egalitarian or inegalitarian country. And also we have the objective gender equality in the country that also will moderate this relationship. And these two together is what we will call the social structure. So the fit can be between the individual gender norms, the gender norms of the country, the individual gender norms, and the actual gender inequality in the country. Okay? To test this, and across most of the studies, we are using the World Value Survey joined with the European Value Survey for around 90 countries, depending on the studies, because in some studies we don't have the measurements for every country, but we in general are in between 80, 90 countries, depending on the study. Life satisfaction is our dependent variable. The higher the value, the higher the level of satisfaction. Independent variable is index generated by attitude toward gender inequality, like men should have more right to a woman to a job than women. On the whole, men make better political leaders than women do. On the whole, men make better business executives than women do. So that one, this one together will be the gender norms. And the aggregated gender norms at the country level is what we will call public gender norms. And for objective inequality, so there is an index for the United Nations that combines inequalities regarding reproductive health, political participation, and also inequality in the labor market. So this one will be the material inequality, okay? And there are control variables at both the individual and the country level, included the standard deviation of these variables for controlling for cultural diversity, and other relevant and theoretically motivated control variables. So multi-level models include the regional fixed effects and different type of weights. This here is a series of box plots, and this is something really simple to show that within country there is variability in terms of gender norms. So each of these bars is one country. So every box is one country, and the wider the box, the higher the variability within country. So that shows that actually it's relevant to consider individual level gender norms because there's variability within countries. This is also the random slope for the effect of gender norms on subjective well-being. This is how the effect of individual gender norms changes by country. So we have a main effect that is positive, and if we see these countries here, they have a stronger effect in comparison to the main effect. These countries here, they have a weaker effect in comparison to the main effect. This is only to show that the effect of gender norms at the individual level have different effects by country. And here, the main results. This is the representation of how these types of fit affect the well-being of individuals. They are interaction of continuous variables. So because we have an index of individual gender norms, an index of country level gender norms, and gender inequality index. So they are continuous variable, and this is why I use here the radar plot. So if you're not familiar with this, try to follow me here. The dependent variable is the life satisfaction for both. And the colors represent the level. So the red color is higher level of life satisfaction, the blue color, lower level of satisfaction, okay? So if you see any point here and you see blue, lower level of satisfaction. If you see red, is higher level of satisfaction with the lives. Here we have the fit with the gender norms at the country level. Here we have objective gender equality. So this is the cultural fit that is traditionally studied in psychology. And this is the objective fit, that is the fit with objective gender equality in the country. And here we have the gender equality at the individual level. So the higher the value, the more egalitarian individuals are, okay? And what we see here, let me show you here because we have a stronger contrast, that is the objective fit. So we have this corner here of red. So these individuals have higher level of life satisfaction. Who are them? They live in a country with more equality, and they are also more egalitarian. So these are actually fish in the water. This one here are individuals with lower level of gender attitudes or more traditional gender norms, and they live in a country, they are more equality. So they are fish out of the water, and they exhibit lower level of satisfaction. So that is consistent with the theory. And also we have this, also the difference here, but it's less striking like this one. And what is also important is that we don't see these differences here are not significant. And you can see clearly that there are not differences in the colors. So that means that when there is lower equality, so more inequality between genders in the country, actually both the egalitarian individuals and the traditional individuals are worse off than when they live in a country with higher level of inequality. So they are unhappy when there is low level gender inequality. What is also interesting is that when we put all of them together, this one actually disappear and this one becomes a bit stronger. So indicating that actually the cultural fit will mediate the effect of the objective structure, okay? Series of robustness check, we also did with happiness, jackknife resampling techniques, We replace the gender inequality by other measurements of objective gender inequality, different weights. We test for multimodality. And we also try with meso-level culture at the level of the city, and the results are consistent. So in conclusions, within country, there's a high level of variability in terms of gender norms. Most of the countries, when there is a cultural fit and objective fit, there is higher level of subjective well-being, and that supports the hypothesis of fish out of the water, and in particular when there is at least a higher level of objective gender inequality. I will stop there, but for political domain, we have attitude toward democracy, and they are consistent.
Hey, thank you very much for Professor Francisco Olivos' talk. I guess the audience, as well as myself, also have many questions, but I will give the privilege to our audience for questions.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation and very interesting research. I have, it's not maybe questions, maybe some review for the research, but could you please show the graphs where you, the diagrams. Yes. So basically, as far as I understand, they show that actually the effect are more pronounced for countries with relatively high gender equality. And for the countries with relatively low gender equality, we don't see much difference. So I'm just wondering what can be a mechanism behind this. So, is there any heterogeneity according to gender? So for example, how do male and female respondents, do they react on different conditions differently? Because it might be very intriguing.
Thank you so much. Very both good questions. Let me start for the second one. So all these models I am presenting here are controlled by gender. And when we run the models for both separately, the results are also consistent. And regarding what is the mechanism, and the reason that we try to give is what we showed here in another paper. But actually, when there are higher level of inequality, people tend to be unhappier with their lives. And no matter what you have in your mind, inequality make individuals unhappy. So there's not cultural compensation when the objective conditions are detrimental for individuals. But that is our explanation. We don't have a way to test it directly, but that is the theoretical argument that we try to make.
Thank you. So we have a second question here, and then we will go for the third question.
Really cool stuff. So I mean, I don't do work on well-being, but this is really interesting. So my question was, do you think there's something unique about the person and society fit on gender norms that drives this effect, or would you expect like I mean a person's society fit on something like personality? They have the same kind of effect, maybe less or more. I'm just curious what I think it's interesting either way, but just curious what your thoughts are if there's some unique kind of thing about gender norm fit.
Yeah, so the title of the project is Structural Fit in the Gender, Family, Religion, and Politics, something like that. So we did it. This is the gender one. The one about perceived democracy is highly consistent. We have one about importance of God that is also highly consistent. And now we're working one about marriage and how norms about marriage and the marriage rate affect the well-being of married or single individuals. And the patterns are consistent with the fit hypothesis. However, what is unique to the gender is this, is that when there is objective conditions are detrimental, there is no difference between individuals with egalitarian or traditional. What is particular about gender? I don't know, because they're independent papers. So I haven't been thinking about them, but it's a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Francisco. It's a good paper. I have just question which follows up for the first one. Uh, Essentially, I would like really to see some kind of a social mechanism of how this gender issue is relevant in the whole society. I mean, look, yeah, if we study this topic, not about gender, but let's say LGBT, and then we look at country A and which has legislation which is very fair to LGBT, maybe allow the same-sex marriage, and that people can feel very comfortable with each other. And another country which fishes out of water, maybe the same-sex relationships are persecuted or whatever. Now that I could imagine if you are running that survey in the type of country, basically the beneficiaries would be the LGBT in out of water, or disadvantage would be the LGBT out of water. But then you are running, your concern is the whole society. So you're here, the beneficiaries are only women, of this, or you would need to establish how the men benefit from the situation, and without that kind of mechanism, it's really kind of one-sided. Yeah, giving the fact, the additional minor issues, asking questions about when jobs are scarce. I mean, obviously the type of question could be answered differently in a country or by a person who has a job and who doesn't. So this type of understanding of this gender norms, it really depends that the mechanisms really need to be plugged in.
Yeah, definitely. The mechanisms is what here can be missing. There's one methodological possible answer that here you already have interaction. So another interaction, there will be 3 interactions, and things get a bit messy. And in theoretical terms, they are together, male and female. But there are theory to support that equality also affect the well-being of individuals. So there is the male breadwinner model. So higher level of equality liberates male from responsibilities. So individuals, males feel better with their lives when there are no higher level of equality. And that is what we show in the other paper, because higher equality is also translated to higher well-being for individuals. What we try to do with the data, so and also with mechanisms inspired by psychology literature about reference group. So we use here the country, but also we try to do it within age group, within gender by age groups, and the results are consistent. So we try to elaborate in the reference group, but the results don't show differences. So that mechanism didn't work in our analysis. But for sure, it will be ideal if we can actually open this black box to extend the study.
Thank you, Francisco. Apologies because of the time, but I'm sure that our conversation can continue to the coffee session. Before we go, I really think that this conference is great in a way that it brings together interdisciplinary perspectives. And that's why I really appreciate Professor Vanina Leschziner and Professor Francisco Olivos for bringing us this sociological perspectives on culture. So let's give them a big hand for their wonderful talks. So after our coffee break, our next session should begin in about 3:15 on cultural change. So let's take the time to grab some coffee as well as having some interdisciplinary conversations with our speakers. See you later.
Okay, let's resume. Now we have the seventh session of the conference. We have two speakers. So first, we have Professor Hester van Herk. She is a full professor of cross-cultural marketing research at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and a young senior research fellow at the University of Western Australia. She earned a Master of Science in Psychology from Leiden University, then worked as a scientific researcher in business and government. She later returned to academia to complete a PhD in marketing and cross-cultural psychology at Tilburg University in 2000s. After her PhD, she joined Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, where she has served as program director of the Bachelor of Business Administration and active chair of the marketing department. Professor Hester, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I really like talking about this research. It is quantitative research because I love methodology. So I hope you'll get it. I have many pictures, so it will be clear. So what is it about? I'm going to study values over time and over a longer period of time. And it will be about 20 years or almost 20 years. And I use archetypal analysis, and that's a technique I can use to find archetypes, then fix points, and based on that, on a configuration, project other things, other observations in it to see changes over time. And I use the European Social Survey. I will tell a bit more about that later. But to start with, those are nationally representative samples in the population in the countries involved. And another thing I will add later is birth cohorts. I start with values, and what are values to me? Based on Schwartz theory, they are transitional life goals varying in importance that serve as guiding principles in people's lives. And studies have been done that those are nearly universal. They have been studied in many countries all over the world. And they're also relatively stable in adulthood, which means that when people reach the age of about 30, then the values are set and hardly anything changes anymore. And those values, they're located in a circle. And the important thing in the circle is that values that are together, like stimulation and self-direction, they go together. So when a person considers one important, like stimulation important, the person will also consider self-direction important. And on the other hand, that's the theory when stimulation is very important, then tradition and at the opposite side will be less important. So actually the circular structure is followed by people. And that's in the theoretical sense. So development and change. Values, they are deeply ingrained in people, so they hardly change, but they can also adapt to external situations. So when people are young, they're in a family, they're at school, and the values change. Values can also change when people are students, they're in a new environment, and they still adapt a bit to what it was. The change of values can also be due to events. But what we see in those kind of studies, that it's usually temporary. So when we had 9/11, security values went up in the US population, but after a while, it goes down again to the level people had before. Actually, value changes are earlier in life, and then it becomes stable. And that's research I did with my PhD student, Ingmar Leijen, the generational differences. It's the younger group at the youngest cohort where changes occurred, and for the others over a period of 12 years in the Netherlands, there were no changes here. So values configurations. Now I come into the more technical part already. The value structure. So we have the circle. When you analyze it across all people, we find the circle that was on the first slide. And those studies usually use multidimensional scaling to come up with a circle. You can also use a factor analysis to come up with a circle. And people have assessed measurement variance. So using the values in Schwartz in ESS. And that's one that's focusing on structures. Another is focusing on clusters. So when we take the values people have into account, so all the 10 values, we can cluster people or group people based on the values they have. And that has been done by people in the past. For instance, by Lee with a cluster analysis, latent class analysis by Magoon and colleagues, and they found several clusters in the population. But the disadvantage of that approach clearly is that cluster solutions can differ a lot. Depending on the sample, depending on what you include, clusters are usually not very stable. Another thing is with the value-based latent classes that they overlap. So for one study, it's interesting, but it may be less interesting for others. And to study value change, it is not an option to go for. So capturing values in value configuration, so that's across all 10 values. What I'm going to do is to use the value configurations, and the alternative approach is archetype analysis. And then every observation can be ascribed by a hypothetical individual that can or cannot be in the data, who has some extreme values, and then that is the starting point of my my analysis. On the next, I make it more visual, but the idea is when those archetype points, those anchor points, are stable, we can start using it to describe other stuff. So this is archetype analysis. This is what we usually do. So we have a cloud of points. So every person is a point. And in an analysis, like a factor analysis, we find 2 dimensions, and then every person is projected in that space. So the central point is the average here in the middle, which is like the average individual across all. This is archetypal analysis. This is meant to be the same cloud as that one. But then in archetype analysis, what's done is that we find a number of archetypes, so the extreme observations. Here I have 3, but it can be 2, or it can be 4, can be many numbers. Those 3 can help us to describe all individuals in the data. So suppose the one in the middle is a linear combination of those 3. So for instance, with a weight of 0.33, we arrive in the middle of that triangle. And a person being located here would have a score of 1 for this and 0 for those. So actually, each person is a weighted combination of the archetype points. This is again the data. So the European Social Survey as Raul just said during the break, and I strongly believe that it's the best survey in the world right now. So with representative samples, but also the way the translations and everything's done, it is a very good survey. In that survey, they've had the Schwartz PVQ, one of the measures with 21 items in every wave. So in every country, in every wave. So that's the starting point. And then methodologically, I will first do the archetypal analysis to find archetypes, and then start visualizing to see what distributions are like in the population. So within the study, there are 10 rounds, but being included in the rounds in the ESS depends on many things. One thing is funding by the country itself. So it means when a country is not willing or able or something to participate, then it is not in a specific round. So that's why the 10 rounds from 2002 to 2020, there are 15 countries that have been in every round. And those are the ones, on the left-hand side. But in total, there have been 39 countries. So that's a lot. And some of them may be understandable why they are not that often in, like Ukraine and Russia, Kosovo. But Italy is a special case. It's the 5th economy in the EU. But they are difficult in the sense that they usually cannot manage to get the funding and other things on time. So it's, yeah, that may be culture, but it's a pity actually. But still in total, what I have is 250,000 respondents. So that's quite a lot. So the results, this means many analyses. So I found the 3 points. Archetype analysis is an iterative procedure. So it's about 100 times I do the calculate the solution with many iterations, and I test it for 2, 3, 2. In this case, I did 15 archetypes. And then in the end, there's an elbow criterion to define how many I have. And this may take a long time on the computer. But it's in the end, so this is the result. With a good fit, I arrive at 3 archetypes, which you actually may expect given the Schwartz theory with the 2 dimensions. Actually, with a triangle, you can really, yeah, it's similar to a 2-dimensional solution. And yeah, the last, so some call it impression management, number of subsamples, and it's lots of calculation to be sure that the archetypes I find are stable. Makes sense. That they are stable is a technical thing. Another thing which is good in the Schwartz values is that they, when they are an archetype, they should follow the circle. So what I explained earlier with the oppositions and compatibilities, what you expect is like in this archetype, it considers benevolence, universalism, self-direction, and stimulation a bit important, but the opposite values are not important at all. So it's really the opposite that's there. And the same holds for the self archetype with a focus on power, achievement, hedonism. So a bit of stimulation. And here the one social, traditional values plus benevolence and universalism. So 3 extremes where people really have the oppositions. So the average individual has far lower scores. So here I have the scores for like the first archetype there, very high on those, and those are ipsitized values. So it's really, it's an extreme individual. I always say you wouldn't like to meet a person like that. It may be in the Netherlands an animal activist or something. So those, yeah, it's really, it's one or the other. It's really a black and white person, but apparently they're there. But for the analysis, it is great, and they fit the archetypes, or the theory. And now I come to what it is like in the population. So I have the 3 points at the corners. Convenient, I put them here. So it's growth, social, and self. And related to what it this morning with the MDS, you can turn it always as, yeah. Oh, then need to speak faster. So this is the density across all. And then this is a difference when we move from 2002 to 2020. And actually, the majority is still there. So more towards social and self, so far less the universalism self-direction values. That would be that direction. But there is some change. I made this in between for an idea. It's another analysis and a rough projection, but it's gives an idea where countries are. So this is like the growth focused, or maybe post-materialist. That's the Scandinavian countries. It's Hungary there, the self-focused, focused more on achievement and power. And the group there, or the social focused, more traditional. But this is for the ID. What we see, the changes over time are there. But actually, we can also see the culture, or well, I aggregate it, I call it culture, that it's quite stable over time. It doesn't change that much. But how is it at the country level? What's happening there? So this is across everything. And here I see an interesting change. So this is the UK, 2002 to 2020. They move a bit. Notice that this is not 1 anymore or 100. I made it 80 to make it more visible. So actually, it's quite close together. But in the UK, there is a move towards growth, whereas in Hungary, there's a move towards self. And this becomes very interesting. Why? Why is that? A reason for it may be because of the huge differences within Europe. So when you take birth cohorts, they're here on the right-hand side, many things happened in Europe in the last century. So it's the Second World War, which affected the silent generation. The baby boomers grew up during the Cold War. The millennials had their puberty in the post-Cold War optimism and unipolarity. Everything was possible at that time. And Gen Z is now again with trouble with the war on terror and global shifts. So there really is a difference in the opportunities you may have when you're like a teenager, when your values are formed between the age of like 10 and 25. It really matters. I think it may matter. So this is the wall in Germany in 91, a main event. And what happens then? So across the 15 countries, the oldest generation is mainly the social archetype. It moves up for the boomers, moves up more for the generation X, and for the millennials, the whole group even moves up more. So there's more a move towards self, and clearly away from social. So looking at the changes over the cohorts. So here it's benevolence, universalism being very important. And then it changes, whereas at the last tradition, conformity is almost gone, and hedonism has become much more important over the birth cohorts. And that's quite a change. One table. So what explains the self-focus? The self-focus is mainly explained by the birth cohort. So here the reference category is the silent generation, and self-focus goes up the younger the generation. And there's a slight effect of female you would expect by that archetype, but also the political situation in the youth, whether it was a former communist country or not, and whether the country was with low or high GDP when the children were young. So when and this is across generations, differences between countries. This is Hungary moving up, and this is the UK, where the move is also up, but also towards growth. So definitely differences between countries and how they change. So to conclude, so I can use 3 archetypes to describe people in societies in a coherent manner by projecting other years or other countries in. I can see how they relate to the base one. And there are differences at the country level occurring. There's an effect of context where growth is really related to GDP per capita nowadays, and also GDP per capita in a person's youth. Self-focus is really, or social focus is birth cohort as a main effect. And self-focused is a birth cohort, and we should be aware that that group is increasing over time. And that's the last message I want to give. So a change at the societal level, we can expect the values of those people won't change anymore. We have in our data. So when the silent generation isn't here anymore among us, then the newer generations, the millennials, Gen X, Gen Z, and what's coming after that, they have another mindset. So another mindset in terms of dealing with others or focusing on the self. And that may, in marketing, when I could bring it back to my context, like giving to charity is very important for some generations, but it becomes less important for the younger generation. So it's also a challenge for NGOs and other organizations. So that's an interesting, maybe not only positive, but it's something to do. And this is the end. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. We have some time for questions.
So in Englehart's representation of sort of the Maslow hierarchy of needs and moving towards post-material values, do you think your story is consistent with that, or do the cohort differentials are inconsistent with post-materialist values?
Partly. What I see for earlier generations, like the millennials, they move more towards postmodernism, like the universalism part. But I think there's now, with the younger generations, with more challenges, there's a move back, so more towards materialist. Like the self is more related to materialist. And I analyzed in another study with Sjoerd Beugelsdijk, we used the world value survey, but we have less waves. And there we could also see the difference between Central Europe and Western Europe, and also that there was quite a strong, and those effects are not huge, but there was the effect that in like Poland, the people moved towards the materialist, and the post-materialist also in the West is becoming less.
Thank you. Super interesting. So one thing, one information is that we collected data in Hong Kong. We see similar things too. Yeah. So the older cohort more materialistic, and then younger one more post-materialistic. But now the really 18, 20 some are more materialistic. So we see the curve back. Yeah. In Hong Kong. And so I think it's follow up on what you just said about difference across country in Europe, like because they are so diverse in terms of economic achievement, in terms of political system, in terms of religion. So how are those playing into, play a role? Yeah.
I think they play a role. Looking at Hungary, for instance, I think it makes sense that they move back to more materialist. Maybe, but there's also a maybe because that they expected more of Europe, which is not there, and that's why it's a reason that people become more materialist. In the time these data were collected, most governments in Western Europe were socialist. So that really promoted the universalism kind. And in the last years, when populism came up, that may have an effect. But that may be because now it's we're waiting for more waves. But I expect with more populist governments in Western Europe, that even the effect of going towards the self-focus may be stronger. Yeah, I don't like that though, because there really is a split between East and West, and they're not converging, which would be very nice for the EU. Yeah.
Hester, thanks for the introduction to this new statistical technique and for these amazing graphics that you produced. Wonderful. Gee, I wish I had that skill. I was born in the end of the silent generation. Can you believe? Have my values changed over time? That is to say, can you use this data set from the EBS collected over a number of waves to look at whether there is a change as a function of age? Because of course, generation is confounded with age. And could you look at least at the country level? Of course, we can't look at the individual level because they're different individuals in each sample.
I did it in another study, so not in this one. Because those are all the time, those are different people, and people are different. The study with Ingmar Leijen I did was between 2008 and 2020. And for those people, we had the Rokic values, but that's, it's related in a way. So we created Schwartz values based on that. And there we could see that it was really for your generation, it was flat. So there was no change. So when you had security values at a certain level in 2008, they were about similar in 2020. Whereas for the younger group, so between 16 and 28, there was a real change. So it was like that, and some values changed a little bit. What I found the most interesting in that study was that hedonism for the silent generation was quite low. And then it went up with each generation. And it became in the Netherlands, it is one of the most important values there now. That may explain the results of the culture factor that the Netherlands is now the most individualistic country in the world. But, yeah. But it was interesting to see no change in the older generation, which also helped for the generation X at that moment. So for them.
The next and the last speaker is Dr. Raul Tormos. He's the head of methodology and research at the Center of Public Opinion Studies, the official polit institute of the Catalan government in Spain. He also teaches political behavior at the Open University of Catalonia. He holds a PhD in political science from the Autonomous University of Barcelona and a BA in sociology from the University of Barcelona. I would like also to personally recommend his book, The Rhythm of Modernization, How Values Change Over Time. If you would like to have a deep approximation to how values change across time, please, this is a reference that you must read. Please.
And thank you for inviting me to this very nice event and this conference. I'm going to talk about a paper that's still in the making together with my colleague Flamen, which is like a kind of methodological reflection about the malleability of cultural values and the different elements, methodological elements around the study of this topic. And we start by talking about the research question. To what extent are values, or for that matter, abstract attitudes or symbolic attitudes, malleable? This is something that sometimes is taken for granted, that they should be rather stable. But are they really fixed for everyone after the impressionable years? Or do values retain a certain degree of malleability to adapt individuals and societies to the new context that people are experiencing and the cultures are undergoing? So this is to say, is cultural change necessarily slow, as Engelhardt thought, or can it be fast as well, leading to more adaptable individuals and societies? Why is this debate important? In pre-modern times, changes were slower, but modernity accelerated everything. Sociology emerged in part to understand those changes. Nowadays, social change is accelerating even faster. We have examples every day. We have countries developing fast. We have technological advancement, AI, automation, the climate crisis, demographic changes with aging populations and reduced fertility, and also big migratory processes. Today, many changes happen within individuals' lifetime. And it seems to be that there is a need for rapidly adapting our societies and individuals to this phase of modernization and the fact that people is living longer and healthier. If you read the literature, it seems to be like pseudo consensus about the fact that culture and change tends to be slow, driven mainly by generational replacement. Making it important, the impressionable years hypothesis and the age stability hypothesis. And after years of reading about it, I tend to think that it's like our theoretical assumptions are driving this pseudo consensus. Values are supposed to be fundamental features, and fundamental features should not change that much over time within individuals. And there are like data that seems to support this. No? but we perhaps are overgeneralizing about certain types of studies. No, many studies can be questioned because they depart from preconceptions about value stability, and then it's quite likely that you find what you want to find. Sometimes a lack of theory of change of why values should change or not. And some studies are just exploring many indicators without like a theoretical background. And if they don't detect in a certain period of time much change, then they generalize about these features don't change that much. No? Also, many studies are really studies of particular cases that don't necessarily, country cases that don't necessarily have experienced changes that may drive value changes. No? So it's a country case selection problem. And this happens with many panel studies that use a short time span of observations. Countries measured in like 6 consecutive years, 4 consecutive years. And sometimes this is not a long enough period to observe certain changes. And also, it's important the type of statistical approaches to study these data. No? That sometimes one methodological strategy is chosen, and perhaps using different approaches can help to see things better. There is still an ongoing debate about the malleability of values. In the old times, the pseudo consensus I'm talking about, I think started as a reaction of Ronald Inglehart against that book of Converse about the instability of mass beliefs. And I think that somehow Inglehart like took the argument too seriously about the stability, no? But even in those times, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, there was a debate between Inglehart and Rockich, and Rockich held a much more open position toward value change, and even believing that fundamental values can change with experimental interventions. No? And in more recent times, you can see papers by Kiley and Basie studying values and attitudes in the US. And they conclude that the valid model and that basically these features follow the impressionable years and the stability hypothesis, and that what you mainly have is generation effects. But some years later, Lesch, studying those same data and other panel data, concluded very different thing, no? That life course changes were very important. He's a sociologist and was focused on how changes over the life of individuals can influence values. And he was identifying many important changes due to life course events. No? And myself, and together with colleagues and Plamen, we have studied how values can change due to period effects. No? One important thing we believe is that we need to start from a theory of change for each phenomenon that we study. Going exploratory sometimes can be misleading. For example, how socioeconomic development impacts cultural values, how automation influences work values, how individualization affects morality. Develop a theoretical framework. It helps at identifying possible drivers of changes in values. And also it's very important to study concrete mechanisms of value change. For example, steady socioeconomic development over longer periods of time increase individuals' existential security and foster post-materialist values beyond formative years. No? Existential security being the mechanism. Our alternative view of this pseudo-consensus is that values, or for that matter, abstract attitudes, can change even within a person's lifetime if there is a reason for them to change. In stable context, that they might not change much, so we can mistakenly infer that they don't change, that they are not malleable. But the reason is that there is no reason for them to change. No? But they can change if some key determinants makes them to change. The nature of these determinants can be like external to the individual or internal, developmental. For instance, we have contextual forces that can influence the values and attitudes of the people. For instance, the COVID crisis, recession, sustained economic development. And we also have, the theory says that this happens, the imprint happens during impressionable years, but they also can happen beyond the formative years. And also there are aging or developmental processes that can influence the values of the people. And there is a complex interrelation with interactions and mediation and moderation that can happen between these driving forces that can influence values. Regarding the mechanisms, here I put some examples of theorists or researchers that have been studying developing possible mechanisms of value change. Inglehart talked about the scarcity hypothesis. Bardi and Goodwin talked about different mechanisms related to the context and environmental changes and how this affects values. Gouveia and colleagues also talked about different mechanisms that can make you connect how life force events can change dispositions. And regarding the methods that we have to use, one of the problems that we have is that most of the times we cannot work with the better possible data. We have to work with the available data, and in surveys with like the world value surveys or these other surveys, just have you have few observations over long periods of time, and to apply techniques like time series analysis is not it's not possible. But you have to have the logic of time series analysis in mind to analyze this data. So what is the logic that is beneath the time series logic? No? Things can change over time, or they can remain stable, but there can be shocks as well as trends. When we observe change, which is an effect, this is might be because some other things change first, and this cause can be endogenous or exogenous. So things usually change because there is some reason for them to change, and we need to have a theory of change. And also an important methodological approach that we have to have in mind is the H-period cohort framework. Why is the H-period cohort framework important? It has implications for the speed of change that we are going to observe. No? Cohort effects that function through generational replacement tend to produce gradual change in society. So they tend to be slow. Period effects instead are faster. This is something that you can see if you analyze the literature, that usually period effects are understood as random shocks, things like COVID or a recession, but they can be random shocks, but they can also have a trend. For instance, sustained socioeconomic development or some other demographic processes. And you also have, here is the example of a random shock and of a sustained trend. No? And age effects also tend to be fast, but the thing here is that age effect does not necessarily have consequences at the societal level. It's basically change at the individual level. Imagine I put this picture here generated by AI, in which you see like a toy pool with a person which is pouring water into the pool and extracting water from the pool with another glass. So there is movement of water in the pool, but the level of the pool remains the same. This means that age effects, either positive or negative, if you have demographic stability, don't necessarily translate into aggregate level change. There are different possible modeling strategies to study change. One of these possibilities is using time series analysis when possible. Most of the times, we don't have the possibility of applying these techniques. We also have fixed effects for models with individual level panel data. Then we have multi-level techniques when we are working with repeated cross-sections from multiple countries, like cross-classified random effects models and comparative cross-classified random effects models when we applied these models to multiple countries. And very importantly, we have a tool that is not that well known, which is random effects within and between models, that we can use them. This is a type of multi-level model with 3 levels, in which you have particularly well suited for analyzing world value surveys and European values studies data sets that you have multiple countries observed in different occasions and different individuals in each way. No? With these models, you have like 3 levels. The level of individuals, the level of countries over time, and the level of countries. In such a way, you can include time-varying and time-invariant context-level covariates, so you can introduce in the model the possible covariates of values. And you also have structural equation models, latent growth curves, and other techniques. The idea is see if values change because of changes in the contextual characteristics, for instance, sustained socioeconomic development, an economic crisis, COVID crisis, or life course events. Here I put some examples of this type of analysis. For instance, with post-materialist values, the Eurobarometer has captured this indicator for many years. So kind of time series analysis can be done. And what you see is that you can predict the aggregate level of post-materialism in different countries using scripted time series analysis, like with some random shocks, which are economic crisis, and a trend. And if you do introduce covariates in the models, there are macroeconomic variables that can predict how the level of post-materialism evolves over time. Regarding secularization, religious change, if you apply cross-classified random effects models, you can see that there are clear period effects. This is the case of Belgium and church attendance. And if you see the random effects estimates period, you can see clear trend, downward trend. Applying random effects within and between models, you can also see period effects in importance of religion in the European Value Study and the World Value Survey data. In attitudes to homosexuality, you also see period effects, clear period effects. Here we study attitudes to homosexuality in Spain, first using the World Values Surveys for Spain with the justification of homosexuality, and you can see that there is a clear upward trend. And on the right pane, you can see an indicator in a panel data, a panel survey that asks for child adoption by homosexual couples in Spain, and it's measured every year in the 2010s. So we have 11 observations, and you can also see that a clear trend, upward trend. Here is an example of cross-classified random effects models for justification of euthanasia in 35 OECD countries. And you can see period effects in the lower figure. And you can have also random shocks as well as trends. Here in a study of Japan, you can see the effect of the COVID crisis in values. So just to sum up, we believe that this pseudo consensus about the stability of values needs to be revised. We need to revise all the assumptions and preconceived ideas and develop specific theories of change, focus on mechanisms of change, to use new data, longer time spans, and modeling strategies, which is important to triangulate across data sources to study a particular phenomenon and using different modeling strategies. And overall, what we see is that values linked to modernization, perhaps not that much values of the Schwarz scale, but values the Engelhardt field, you can see that the changes you see across countries are faster, much faster than predicted by Engelhardt in his theory. And period effects are not only random shocks, but they can have a trend as well. And in fact, period effects and cohort effects have a similar nature because it's how the context influences individuals. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, we have enough time for a few questions.
Fascinating presentation. I have overlapping interests, and I told you already about this, but then I think when you look at attitude and values, psychologists develop something called Likert scale, like weird, from 1 to 10, 1 to 5. So that actually limits the space of the responses. So when you look at Muslim countries, they are already religious and they kind of max out. There's no space for change anymore. So can you think of other creative ways to measure at the individual level that kind of capture those things outside of Likert scale? I mean, despite that, I found it fascinating because we do study changes, but I think we can find even bigger changes with other measures.
I totally agree with you. And this is a limitation that we have when studying in individual level data. No? And well, I don't know about solutions to this. It's something worth reflecting on. But at least it's important to be aware of that and just to perform prior analysis, perhaps more descriptive analysis, to see how the point of departure of each country and correlate the point of departure with the trajectory, because it's clear that this happens. For instance, when you're comparing countries at very different levels of development, some countries are already secularized and they cannot secularize much more. And yeah, this is something that perhaps what we should make is to start from a good pre-analysis of the data to not say things that really would be mistaken.
Well, thank you very much for this fascinating talk. There's one aspect of your talk is very interesting to me. It's malleability, the cultural malleability. Like, if you can culture be changed through some intervention, for example, intervention policies? That idea is very interesting to me because that's the official, that's the fundamental idea behind all the social policies in China. They believe that, and they have been practicing that for decades, actually. I know that idea is highly resisted in the West, or not a big idea not a big discussion topic in academic discussions. But there is some evidence for that, for the effectiveness. Right? I'll give you one example. It's one-child policy. So you know the traditional Chinese culture, having many children is extremely important in the past. Then nowadays, having one child has become the norm. You know, people need to ask them, they just want to have one child. That's it. So I think there's some evidence for the effectiveness of this policy. Then it's because it is too effective. Now the government is in panic, you know, because it has become the norm. They're trying to use new policy interventions to, you know, to increase fertility. So I'm just curious about how about this, you know, this engineering, social engineering, this kind of things. I'm not familiar with the literature. So I'm just curious about your, you know, do you have any opinions about this? Should it be part of the discussions, or, you know, it's very general?
Well, I believe, my personal opinion is that we are very malleable as humans. I mean, probably there should be some like basic biological genetic elements which is difficult to change, but with regards to the other elements of the cultural world, I mean, the degree of malleability, I believe is very high. And I mean, for instance, one thing that happens with the Schwarz value scale is that we have a publication on the change in Schwarz value scale over time. It doesn't change that much due to period effects, but due to age effects, or what seems to be age effects, because this is a difficult thing to identify. And regarding other types of values, like these values, the Engelhart's values, which are perhaps more connected with the political, because Schwarz values are connected to the personal elements of the individual, no? But Engelhart's values are more connected to the exterior, to the society or the political system, and here, as society changes in different respects, of course, this can have consequences of values. I mean, talking about my country, for instance, Spain. Spain in the 70s was a developing country. And nowadays, it's a highly developed country. It's not as the change is not as extreme as in South Korea, no? But still, it's really a huge change. And you can see it in the people. I mean, the boomer generation hold values very differently to those that they held in the 70s or the 80s. And in part is due to the changes that experience the country at the economic level, but also at the political level, where you have public debates about things like homosexuality and euthanasia and all these kind of things that were a cause and a consequence of changes in values, no? But and thinking more in national identity terms, I mean, it's also an area which is, I mean, you can create realities from the political bureaus or administrations by making decisions about how to organize people in unities or provinces or wherever, and this end up changing people's minds and changing people's values, I think. It's my opinion.
We have time for both questions. So.
Thank you so much for allowing me to ask first, because it's right, yeah, relating to the gentleman's question here and your answer. Actually, I think you raised a very interesting point, which is you believe that the social system can be changed. And that actually by itself could be a psychological construct. And actually, my research, my collaborators and I have studied that systematically. So the idea is that we look at lay people's theories about the social world as to whether it's malleable or fixed. So the idea actually is similar to the implicit theory of intelligence, Paradox idea of a growth mindset, whether intelligence is fixed or malleable. But we look at individuals' beliefs that whether the social organization, social structure is fixed or malleable. And then we look at across culture, and we look at American people's, belief, their, mean and distribution of the lay beliefs, and also Chinese people. We look across a few thousand and over generation. And again and again, what we find is that there is a very significant difference between the two groups. The Americans and sometimes Canadian, we have sample on that, or Europeans, they are significantly believing in more malleable social organizations than Chinese participants. And then it has a full host of consequences, because if you believe in that, and then relatively speaking, the individual would need to can come out and assert agency to change the social organization if you believe in a malleable social structure. But if you believe that social structure is fixed, then you fit in. Yeah, because you cannot change the social structure, so you better change yourself and shape yourself. So we observe a lot of consequences out of that. So I'm glad that this question is raised, and I think that would affect changes in the society quite a bit. Yeah, thank you.
Sure, that's really interesting. Haven't heard about that, and it makes perfect sense. The degree to which you think the system is malleable or can be changed. Yeah. And perhaps think is in Europe, we tend to think the system can be changed or things can change in a higher degree. I don't know, and we take it for granted, but for sure it's an element to take into account.
Yeah, I have a comment. I mean, it's been a fascinating conference here, and becoming a world value survey agnostic. I really not sure whether my head is spinning. All these ideas which I don't know. I think I wanted to comment on this in change. I kind of relate to my research which I did many years ago about corruption in Hong Kong. There are countries which have a different levels of corruption, obviously, and those who have those levels of corruption high, they remain high, and those who have very low level corruption, they remain low. In this. So there's a kind of a frequency dependent equilibrium between these two. And so how this change can be can happen, yeah. Hong Kong is one of those places where this change happened, probably the only place which happened. The cultural change happened just within a year, let's say, or two. And so why is this type of things, could happen is because of aggregate behavior, yeah. So you are acting as a dependent and independent variable at the same time. This is the herd mentality. You follow what other people do. You cross the red light, maybe only when everybody else crosses the red light, the zebra crossing, So when it's a matter of individual behavior, you don't do this type of things. But what we do here in this worldwide surveys, I mean, we are capturing, things and values and changes as a snapshot in a particular time, but we cannot really capture the kind of the collective, the herd nature of this. Maybe a little bit of this could be done by extending some of those, variables to, including this kind of consumptions of social media, because this is this kind of emergence of virality. It brings us to this kind of accelerating, some changes and this herd behavior in practice. But there are, things which are of collective nature, which are really difficult to capture in the surveys. Is there any solution?
Well, it's really complicated question, but in fact, I think this is the dilemma that all we face when doing multi-level analysis, which is to try to identify context level variables that can help us modeling the relationship with individual level attitudes and values. No? And from my personal experience, working with moral values related to free riding behaviors and stuff like that, you can see that there are institutional factors that you can conceptualize and measure as indicators that they are offered by the international institutions that give you indicators like of good government, of the level of corruption at the country level. What you see is that when countries, the institutions in some countries don't work well, people realize it somehow, and they tend not to punish that much the free riding behaviors, because free riding behavior, it's like being a fool if nobody follows the rule, and it's like a vicious circle, because it's difficult to get out of the situation, because context exerts a powerful effect on. But when things changes, you see that the better the institutions work, the higher is the level of sanctioning free rider behaviors, and the more moral is the people. No? And yeah, at the end, I think it's a matter of having a theory of how values can change between individuals, within individuals over time. And these models can sometimes be complex, but the idea is having these theories, the possible mechanisms that are behind, and try to measure it and model it with the available data, which is not always the best possible data that you would like to have, but is what we have. No, it's the problem. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Raul. With this, we close this session. Thank you so much. And now, now we have a closing remarks of the chair organizer of this conference.
Hey, well, I must admit I feel overwhelmed with emotions at the end of this conference. Yeah, I have been quite anxious during the conference, imagining all the things that could go wrong, having been organizing a conference for the first time and not even imagining that I would organize a conference before. Fortunately, I'm not aware of anything going wrong. And the biggest challenge we had was actually to keep the time management because there are so many interesting ideas that we wanted to keep sharing. And now at the end, I actually feel sad that it's over and I won't see you again tomorrow and continue exchanging ideas. So yeah, with all these emotions, I feel similarly to Roman. My head is spinning, and I hope I'll be able to read my notes that I prepared as closing remarks. So over these past 2 years, we have heard from presenters coming from different disciplines, nations, and epistemologies, all engaging with common interest in culture. And these 5 minutes that I am planning to talk won't be sufficient even to list all the insights that we heard from our amazing speakers. One thing though was clear for me, and that's that many of us have been working very, very hard to reach this level of insights and expertise. I want to congratulate all of you. And another thing was also clear, and that's that we should not be complacent and we should continue working even harder and to resolve the many remaining contradictions that we have and challenges that we discussed and shed light on even more problems that lie beyond our current horizons. So my wish for the field, however we call it, is to continue advancing. And I believe we should intensify our collaboration. We should continue talking across the disciplines. We should collect better quality data. I'm also convinced of that. Conduct more rigorous research, develop more sophisticated theories, and do so with an open mind and a sense of responsibility for what we can bring to the world. So can we help individuals and societies understand and navigate cultural differences better? Can we help governments predict future development and devise better and more culturally appropriate policies? Can we help businesses thrive across diverse cultural environments? And can we also satisfy the curiosity of the public that funds our research? Now let us ponder on these questions as we finish this conference. So now, before I close, I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this conference possible. So I especially want to thank my department of Sociology and Social Policy at Lingnan University and the Office for Research and Knowledge Transfer for their generous financial support. I'm also grateful to my colleagues on the Research Environment Subcommittee, Francisco Olivos, Ren Chunhui, and Jinbert Quatan for their invaluable support throughout the entire conference. I want to thank also the talented MC, Jenny Chiu, and the moderators, again, Francisco and Jin, as well as Vivian Loon, Ho Chun Wong, and Lulu Lee. And as emphatically as I can, I want to thank those who carried the heaviest organizational load, and that's our department admin staff. Grace Wong, Grace Wong, Jay Lau, Angela Chan, and Crystal Yao. They have worked so incredibly hard and professionally behind the scenes and in the spotlight to make this event run so smoothly. So they truly deserve, together with my department colleagues, a huge round of applause. And of course, this conference is not an endpoint. It can be a beginning. And I encourage all of you to continue these conversations, pursue collaborations, and help shape the trajectory of this emerging field. I hope that our international guests were able to get a glimpse of the amazing academic environment in Hong Kong, to which Lingnan University and our department are proudly part of. I believe that we have a lot of offer to the international research community, and we're open to collaborations. The bridges that we built over the last few days could become solid foundation for such cooperation. And finally, let me say it has been a pleasure to have you all here, to learn from you, and to imagine together how we can advance this field of research on culture. It was inspiring. Thank you all.